5.58 dial. Reginald Harper, a 8.11 dial for that machine in the right-hand lane, going up against Richard Holder in the left-hand lane from Jacksonville, Florida. 5.20 on the Richard Holder machine. Again, getting through the final couple of first-round eliminators for the Super Pro bike class. We'll move on to FB Trailer Super Pro after this. Reginald Harper going to put in a 8.089 at 83.91 miles per hour. Also, Richard Holder goes down the racetrack at a 5.430. Richard Holder will get the victory at 132.40 miles per hour. Richard Holder moving on to round number 2. And that's going to bring up Roy Hagedorn. Hagedorn in the right-hand lane with a 5.66 dial. Jeremy Fireball Davis will be in the left-hand lane from Palm Coast, Florida. 5.67 dial on the Fireball Davis machine. Yet final call for the FB Trailer Super Pro cars to lanes 3 and 4 for overflow. Lanes 1 and 2 are full. Please come down to lanes 3 and 4 for your overflow. We're going to get right into you guys right now. And the win go to Roy in the right-hand lane, 5.646 pass for Roy Hagedorn in the right-hand lane, 117.75 miles per hour. The left-hand lane run of 5.640 at 119.57 miles per hour. And that brings up the bye in the first round. You're going to have Dwayne Schmidt Jr. in the right-hand lane from Citra, Florida, 5.51 down Dwayne Schmidt machine. And a red light for Dwayne Schmidt Jr., but he's going on to the next round anyways. 5.521 pass for Dwayne Schmidt Jr. at 125.76 miles per hour. And that brings us to our FB Trailer Super Pro class in lanes 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. We'll get through the FB Trailer Super Pro class. And again, appreciate you guys coming out to the 2026 Scorpion Racing Products ET Bracket Series. We are live on 97.1 FM, as well as Facebook and YouTube. Double red lights, and Troy Volker will be the winner in the right-hand lane. 001 red light for Troy Volker, a 5.858 run for Volker at 118.72 miles per hour. Troy from Ocala, Florida, going through to round number 2. Brian Jones will come up next. Brian Jones from Orange Park, Florida, will be in the right-hand lane in dragster number J281. He dialed in at 4.46 on the Brian Jones machine. Alan Stathis in the left-hand lane dialed in at 4.54 in dragster number 267 in first round eliminations for the FB Trailer Super Pro class. Allen gets the win in the left-hand lane, 4.556 for Alan Stathis at 151.34 miles per hour. Glenn Newmans, who had a really good day yesterday until went south on him. Glenn Newmans with a Real nice day. Made it to the fourth round yesterday, Glenn Newman's did, from Alachua, Florida. 5.55 dial in the right-hand lane, and he's going up against car number 200 at a 6.84 dial in the left lane.
Yeah, getting the flow of everything.
And the win going to Glenn Newman's in the right lane, starting the day off right for Glenn Newman's with a 5.570 at 121.17 miles per hour. Glenn Newman's going on to round number 2. Car number 200 ran a 6.890 at 97.29 miles per hour. Gene Spaziani comes up from Lake City, Florida, a 5.42 dial on the 1937 Roadster in the right-hand lane. Now, Bill Highhouse had a nice day yesterday. He'll go up against Gene Spaziani. Bill Highhouse from Middleburg, Florida, a 4.47 dial in the X232 machine. Red light for Bill Highhouse in the right-hand lane. Gene Spaziani going to be going on to round number 2 of 5.508 for Gene Spaziani at 125.38 miles. And left lane just a little bit early there for Bill Highhouse. And Gene Spaziani going on to round number 2. David Harris comes up in dragster number 8244. That'll be in the right-hand lane. David Harris dialed with a 4.83. Going up against Dave Damarest in the left-hand lane. Dave in dragster 154F. Dave dialed with a 4.70. Dave feeling out of Fort McCoy, Florida. See who goes through to round number 2. So Dave Harris is in the right-hand lane, and he red lane, the left lane. Dave Damarest gets the win at 4.687 at 146.27 miles per hour. John Dwayne comes up in the right-hand lane in car number J267 out of Jacksonville, Florida, dialed in with a 5.97. And then you've got Savannah Highhouse in the left-hand lane. Savannah in dragster 2375 out of Middleburg, Florida, is dialed in at 4.81. John Dwayne in the right lane. Savannah Highhouse in the left. Oh, too early for Savannah Highhouse. And John Dwayne going through to round number 2, a 5.937 pass for John Dwayne at 123.15 miles per hour as John Dwayne goes through to round number 2. Brings up Good start for Garcia, but an even better one for Jackie Bennett, who comes out, and it's going to be Darwin Garcia holding off Jackie Bennett, who ended up breaking out 5.802 for Darwin Garcia at 117.23 miles per hour and an 0.30 reaction time for Darwin Garcia. Moving on to round number 2. John Hamill will be in the right-hand lane. John Hamill in dragster number 253, a 5.01 dial for John Hamill at Orange Park, Florida. Will be going up against Robert Treadwell, who had a great evening yesterday, made it to the final yesterday. Robert Treadwell did in car number 2064 out of Callahan, Florida. 6.19 dial on the Robert Treadwell machine. And looking at a potential issue here on the John Hamill dragster, seeing what's going on. Crew's taking a look and talking to John right now. Looks like John has everything ready to go here. He got to do his burnout, and he'll be going up against Robert Treadwell in this first round matchup. John Hamill in the right lane, Robert Treadwell in the left lane. John Hamill ready to go, and Robert Treadwell working his way in. Double 04 for John Hamill. On the track is Robert Treadwell. He'll get him, though. 6.193 for Robert Treadwell. 110.60 miles per hour for the Treadwell machine. And he moves on to round number 2. John Hamill ran a 5.055 at 125.67 miles per hour as Robert Treadwell moves on to round number 2. Mark Horton will be in the left lane and dragster number 229H. 4.78 dial on the Mark Horton machine going up against Robert Carlson in dragster 2118. 5.15 dial on the Robert Carlson machines from St. Augustine, Florida. As we'll have a pretty fun round 1 matchup between Robert Carlson and Mark Horton. Oh, just a little bit early for Robert Carlson, and Mark Horton going through to round number 2. Tough break for Robert Carlson as it was a 004. Perfect on the nose, though, for Mark Horton at 4.77 at 144.83 miles per hour sends Mark Horton through to round number 2. Michael Peak coming up in the right-hand lane from Quitman, Georgia. 5.84 dial on the Michael Peak machine going up against Scott Motter from Callahan, Florida. Scott Motter and dragster number 2224. Dialed in at 4.55 for Scott Motter. Michael Peak dialed in at 5.84. So Michael Peak in that right-hand lane, Scott Motter in the left. And they're ready to go. There goes Michael Peak down the racetrack. Real good start for Scott Motter. And Motter's going to grab the win. 4.569 pass for Scott Motter. Moving into round number 2 at 147.75 miles per hour for Scott Motter. Michael Peak ran a 5.897 on 115.46 miles per hour. That'll bring up Curtis Peak in the right-hand lane at 6.46 dial in the truck in the right-hand lane. Going up against Daniel Motney in the left-hand lane. Daniel in dragster number H219. 4.85 dial on the Daniel Motney machine from Venice, Florida. Going up against the man from Quitman, Georgia. Red light for Daniel in the left-hand lane. Curtis Peak will get the win. 007 for Curtis Peak, and that'll be a pass 6.475. Curtis Peak at 104.61 miles per hour as Curtis Peak goes on to round number 2. Chris Duffin in the right-hand lane, Trey Bunner in the right-hand lane going up against Michael Bonacci in dragster number F214 from Ocala, Florida. We're going to be Michael Bonacci in the left-hand lane. Bonacci with a 5.041 at 130.99 miles per hour. Trey Bunner ran a 4.771 at 139.96 miles per hour. Brings up James Bunner in the right-hand lane and dragster number JB1X. 4.83 dial for James Bunner. In the left-hand lane, it's going to be dragster number 2217. 4.47 dial in the left lane. Bunner and dragster 2217. Headed on down the racetrack, and the win's going to go to the left-hand lane, a 4.471 at 104.71 miles per hour in the left-hand lane. James Bunner ran a 4.835 at 142.16 miles per hour as that left lane goes into round number 2. Mark Daniel be in the left-hand lane in dragster number 213, a 4.96 on the Mark Daniel machine from Jacksonville, Florida. You got Bruce Root, who's going to be in the right-hand lane. Bruce Root out of Bushnell, Florida, made it through a couple of rounds yesterday in car number 0426. 7.15 dial on the Bruce Root machine, who will be in the right-hand lane again against Mark Daniel out of Jacksonville, Florida. Attention in the pits, now calling the Allen Speed and Machine Junior Street to lanes 1 and 2 for first round eliminations. Attention in the pits, now calling the Allen Speed and Machine Junior Street to lanes number 1 and 2. Also calling Pro Bike class to lane 7. First call for Pro Bikes to lane 7 for first round eliminations. All Pro Bike class to lane 7 for first round eliminations. And calling all Speed and Machine Junior Street to lane 1 and 2 for first round elimination. Thank you. Ken Grant comes up in the left-hand lane going up against Steve Shoemaker. Steve in the right-hand lane down in 4.75, going up against Ken Grant with a 4.51. And a red light in the left-hand lane for Ken Grant gives the win to Steve Shoemaker. Steve Shoemaker wins with a 4.768 at 143.63 miles per hour as Steve moves through to the next round. That's going to bring up Dave Hicks in the right-hand lane. Dave Hicks in dragster number H249 from St. Augustine, Florida. A 4.84 dial for Dave Hicks. And then the left lane, you're going to have dragster 3X89. And that'll be a 4.78 dial in the left-hand lane. And the wing going to the left lane. That's 4.782 pass and 144.55 miles per hour in the left-hand lane. Kelly Hicks will be in the right-hand lane from Elkton, Florida. Kelly Hicks, again, a 4.57 dial on the Kelly Hicks machine going up against Brandon George, who will be in the left-hand lane. Brandon George in the left-hand lane, dragster or car number 261G. A 6.13 dial on the Brandon George machine. Again, going up against Kelly Hicks in the right-hand lane. We're working through first round eliminations for the FB Trailer Super Pro class. Second call for Allen Speed Machine Junior Street to lanes number 1 and 2. Second call for Allen Speed and Machine Junior Street to lanes number 1 and 2. The Pro Bike class to lane number 7. All Pro Bike class to lane number 7, please. Red light in the left-hand lane for Brandon George and Kelly Hicks going through to the next round. Kelly Hicks going to put in a 4.562, going to break out, but no worries there. 151.5 miles per hour for Kelly Hicks, who moves into round number 2. Jerry Gilder in the right-hand lane going up against Stephen Young. Stephen Young from St. Augustine, Florida, 7.23. Dial in the left-hand lane. Jerry Gilder, a 5.40 from Yulee, will be in the right-hand lane. And a red light for Jerry Gilder. Stephen Young going through to round number 2. Stephen Young with a 7.181 pass at 94.26 miles per hour. So Stephen Young will move into round number 2. That brings up Buddy Goolsby. Buddy Goolsby from High Springs, Florida. A 6.42 dial in the Buddy Goolsby machine. Jim Barbara will be in the left-hand lane from Trenton, Florida. 6.56 dial, left-hand line.
Pair of S10 pickup trucks on the starting line. Brandon Williams and Randy Holbrook. Holbrook, who's coming off a win at Bradenton just last week, driving the Duet. Pulls S10 left side down 625. He's going to give the head start to the 646 of Brandon Williams, driving the S10 on the right side. Guy normally behind the wheel of the Fire Turn, driving the S10 this time. And we've got 6 thou between them. Better reaction time, right side, win, light right. Next, Matrison driving the Chevy 2 Nova right side, dial 655. He'll get the big head start from the 5 flat of Grayson Wright. The pipe rack on the left-hand side, the dragster out of Middleburg. This one is all Grayson Wright, left-hand side, win like Grayson. 11, dead 5, 16 total for Grayson Wright. Mike Matrison was in the way late, under by 38 thou, and still doesn't get there first. Grayson Wright puts a 16-pack on the window, and he'll come back for round number 2. That'll bring up Jerry McGill and Nate Hamilton next. Hamilton driving the first gen Camaro out of Georgia right side, 562 dial, and he gets the sled head start from Jerry McGill, the dragster left side. Dials in on the Bernie side at 540. 22 hundredths the separation. Call it half a light bulb on the Christmas tree. Door car goes first. Dragster plays chase. And McGill left a couple days early. Hamilton was ready. 006 and 4 thou under. That's a throttle crack away from a 6-pack. Nate Hamilton is ready for round number 2, and McGill can visit the first floor of the tower to buy his way back in. And it looks like we are missing somebody. Not sure if we have somebody on the timer or if we have somebody that is broke. So Randy Banger will get an opponent broke single, folks. Now, the way this works is when you are paired and you are given the cue to fire, you have a certain amount of time to be able to fire and make it into the water box to not inconvenience your opponent. In this case, once you're paired and the left-hand side could not make the call, Randy Banger in the dragster out of Southwest Florida, Palmetto to be exact, he'll get a time shot here. All he has to do is keep it in his lane and shiny side up, and he'll go to round number 2. Randy on the tune-up, 22 green and 495 with a 7 on the 498, under by 23 thousandths. He'll use that information for round 2. We'll go back to door car versus dragster here. Jenny Arnold and James Hicks Jr. Yarnall left-hand side, the St. Petersburg, Florida-based 3rd-gen Camaro. Her other half, Michael Carpenter, actually took this car to a 650 index win at Showtime not too long ago, so we know it's tuned up and ready. 624 the dial. She'll get one full Christmas tree of head start, 1.54 seconds from James Hicks Jr., the Hicks family racing operation. They are multi-time champions here at Gainesville, so they know how to do this. 470 the dial-in on the dragster out of Elkton, Florida. They will give chase. Left side gets the chance to go wheels up first. $13,000 separating advantage. Door car, win light. Door car, Jenna, 10, dead 4, 14 total. For Jenny Arnold, James Hicks Jr. was mathematically ineligible. He was locked out. 23 on the tree, breaks out by 7 thousandths and still doesn't get there first. Yarnall, 10, take 2, it's the W. Mike Minnick and Jason Grant. Couple of black cars on the starting line. Next pair of Chevys. We'll We'll get set to go here down the 1/8 of a mile of concrete. Jacksonville on the right side, Green Cove Springs just south of there by about half an hour, 45 minutes. On the left side, Mike Minnick. The juicy S10 pickup truck left side, 670 the dial-in. Jason Graham, the wheel standing Chevy 2 Nova right side, 556 for Jason. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. I will take Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman. Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman, lanes 5 and 6, please. Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman. Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman will take you lanes 5 and 6, please. Graham, let's go 19 thousandths. Too quick. That gives the win light to Minnick. 008 and under by 17 thousandths on the time run. He'll make the adjustments and come back for round 2. Chuck Allen and Tony Gambardella next. The defending Pro ET track champion right-hand side, the MIMS Florida-based S10 pickup truck, 611 the dial-in, 522 for Chuck Allen. Allen driving the Jacksonville, Florida-based dragster left side. And Gambardella will get the W here as Allen is red. And Gambardella will take his foot out of it. He's not going to show his hand yet. He's going to keep that poker face going. 633 at just 85 miles an hour. Allen gets the tune-up run and goes 523 on the 522. Driver not on file. They're the drivers that get more runs at any racetrack any given weekend. Dialed in 630 on the beautiful S10 pickup truck on the right-hand side. Norm Williams, a very established racer. Guy's been doing this for quite a while. He's driven everything from 6-second top sportsman cars to this beautiful Chevy Nova. 586 the dial on his side. And Norm is in trouble here. Right side, better on the reaction time, and he'll turn on the win marker. 634 on the 630. Norm late, 3 above, will not get the job done. Allen dialed 454 in the dragster left side. Trinell dials 533, last night's runner-up. In a little bit of trouble here. And Allen is going to turn that win line on with an 8-pack. 001 dead, 7-8 total. For Allen's staff, this Trinell late under by 19 thousandths. No win light. It is absolutely brutal out here in round number 1 of Flying Brian's Trailer Sales Super Pro. Just about to the end of it. Once again, we have called Sportsman. Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman. I'll take you to lanes 5 and 6, please. Sportsman. Take you to lanes 5 and 6, please. Sportsman. Round number 1, lanes 5 and 6, please. Jason Rollins, you are the wait and see Byron as last night's winner. That'll bring us I believe that's the Treadwell Camaro left-hand side, 687 the dialing. Keith Collins right side dials 562 in the S10. And he leaves a little too early, 3 thousandths to be exact, so the Camaro gets the win. And he appreciated the time run as he is under by 9 with an 066 reaction time. Keith Collins is not going to like that time slip. He had a very winnable race right there, and instead he turns it a painful 3 thou red.
Coming up, this is Roy Hagdorn in the left-hand lane, going up against Darwin Garcia from Eustis, Florida. 5.80 dial on the Darwin Garcia machine. Left-hand lane, Roy with a 6.38 from Venice, Florida. Red light for Roy Hagdorn and Darwin Garcia, going to be credited with the win in 016 for Darwin Garcia. 5.799 and her 17.49 miles per hour for Darwin Garcia, who moves into round number 2. Again, you should be in lanes number 1 and 2 if you're the Allen Speed and Machine Junior Street Class, a pro bike class. You're going to be in lane number 7. You're going to come up after the Junior Street Class, which will be in lane number 2. And we do need all the Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman class to come to lanes 5 and 6. You can go to 3 and 4 for overflow if we have overflow today for Sportsman class. Now calling all FB Trailer Junior Dragsters. Attention in the pits. Now calling all FB Trailers Junior Dragsters to the back of the stage lanes for your chip draw. All FB Trailers Junior Dragsters to the back of the stage lanes for chip draw. One more time, FB Trailer Junior Dragsters. If you are driving a Junior Dragster, to the back of the stage lanes for the chip draw. Brian Jones goes a little bit too early. It'll be the left lane that gets the win of 4.504 at 155.31 miles per hour. Brian Jones ran a 4.466 off of the 002 red light at 155 miles per hour. And that'll bring up Travis Logan, who will be our bye in the first round. Travis Logan in car number 2280. 5.47 for Travis Logan, who had a fantastic night last evening. And came out as our winner last night. I appreciate you guys coming out to the 2026 Scorpion Racing Products ET Bracket Series. All right, so this is our junior street class. You got Tanner Mockney in the right-hand lane out of Bradenton, Florida. 9.05 dial on the Tanner Mockney machine. You got Chelsea Dwayne in the left-hand lane. A 9.21 dial on the Chelsea Dwayne machine out of Jacksonville, Florida. As they'll stage up here. And after the Allen Speed Machine Junior Street, we'll have the pro bike class coming up. Should be in lane number 7 for all of our pro bikes for your first round eliminations. So down the track goes Mockney and Dwayne. And your win's going to go to Tanner Mockney in the right-hand lane, 9.03 for Tanner Mockney at 74.58 miles per hour. Chelsea Dwayne running a 9.141 at 68.28 miles per hour. Aaron Kennedy comes up in the right-hand lane, the Ford. And going up against the dually of Caden Holdaway. Caden out of Inverness, Florida, 10.83 dial on the Holdaway machine. Going up against Aaron Kennedy. And Aaron Kennedy going a little bit too early. Caden Holdaway gets the victory in round number 1. He'll move into round number 2. And that brings up our next pair, Briella Browning in the Chevy GMC from Wesley Chapel, Florida. 9.60 dial on the Briella Browning machine. And then you've got Weston Daniels in the left-hand lane in truck number 282X. 10.90 dial for Weston Daniels in that left-hand lane. Briella Browning in the right. Win going to Samuel Parrish in the right-hand lane. Samuel Parrish, a 8.759 pass at 154.88 miles per hour, beating Scott DeLong in the left lane. Brings up Roy Johnson in the right lane, a 10.95 dial for Roy Johnson. And Joe Clemmy in the left lane out of Davenport, Iowa. Joe Clemmy with a 9.08 on bike number 563F. Pretty good start for Roy Johnson in the right-hand lane. We'll see if Joe Clemmy can come back at him. And it's going to be Roy Johnson in the right-hand lane gets the victory at 10.931 at 123.28 miles per hour. Tom Moats in the right-hand lane going up against Chuck Wooten. Chuck Wooten from Reddick, Florida. Tom Moats from Ocala. And the win going to the left lane of Chuck Wooten. Chuck with a 10.059, 121.79 miles per hour. Tom Moats with a 10.99, just under 11 seconds for Tom at 121.94 miles per hour. It's Chuck Wooten that's going through to round number 2. Anthony Vieira will come up in the right-hand lane from Palm Coast, Florida, 10.19 dial in the Anthony Vieira machine. Larry Berger will be in the left-hand lane out of Jacksonville. And we can go into Larry Berger in the left lane, a 10.736 pass for Larry Berger at 106.49 miles per hour, a 10.557 for Anthony Vieira at 139.08, and it's Larry Berger going through to round number 2. Reginald Harper will be up next from Palm Coast, Florida. He'll be in the right-hand lane, a 12.75 dial for Reginald Harper. And Vance Howdyshell in the left lane from Vero Beach, Florida. There goes Reginald Harper in the right lane and Vance Howdyshell with a good start. We'll see if Vance is able to get Reginald at the line here. And he can't. Reginald Harper going to hold him off at a 12.857 at 101.23 miles per hour. Vance Howdyshell with a 10.022 at 118.48 miles per hour. And that'll bring up Richard Holder, our bye in the first round. Richard on bike number 2251 out of Jacksonville, Florida. Dialed in at 8.70 for Richard Holder. Coming up next, we'll have our Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman class. Again, second call for the FB Trailer Junior Dragsters. You need to be doing your chip draw All FB Trailer Junior dragsters should be currently doing chip draw at the back of the stage lanes. Jeff Barrier will be in the left lane in the Dodge Charger, going up against truck number 223. 12.16 dial on the right lane, and down the racetrack they go, and the winner going to be in the left-hand lane. Jeff Barrier getting the win at 11.925 at 113.60 miles per hour. That'll bring up Jacob Richards in the right lane from Gainesville, Florida, in the Ford Mustang, going up against Dennis Harsh in the Infinity, also out of Gainesville. A little too early for Jacob Richards in the right lane. The win going to Dennis Harsh in the left lane. Dennis Harsh off of the 049 and a 12.034 for Dennis Harsh at 114.86 miles per hour as Dennis Harsh goes on to round number 2. Kevin Roberts will be in the right lane in car number R242. He'll be going up against Chris Courtney in the Trans Am in the left-hand lane. Chris Courtney dialed in at 11.08, and he's out of Gainesville, Florida. Going up against Kevin Roberts. Again, in that right-hand lane, dialed in at 11.87 is Kevin Roberts. Once the FB Trailer Junior dragsters are done with chip draw, you can come on over to the stage lanes, calling all the FB Trailer Junior dragsters to the stage lanes when you are done with your chip draw. Again, when you are done with chip draw, come on over to the stage lanes for the FB Trailer Junior dragsters after chip draw. This is Nico Krashenko in the right-hand lane in the BMW out of Sarasota, Florida, going up against Michael Martin from Gainesville in the truck in the left lane. And Michael Martin in that left lane looking pretty racy, but it's the right lane of Nico that's going to get him. Nico with a 13.244, 92.91 miles per hour for Nico. And Michael Martin ran a 13.608 at 100.21 with the right lane, gets the win on a 004 for Nico. Daniel Sollier is coming up in the right-hand lane. Daniel going up against Adam Willis. Adam Willis in the left lane. Daniel Solliers from Reddick, Florida in the right lane. 11.76 dial on the Solliers machine, and Willis with an 11.50. 008 for Daniel Solliers. Marcus Cruz in the right-hand lane going up against Tom Courtney. And Marcus Cruz in the right-hand lane is going to get the win. Tom Courtney red lit in the left-hand lane. And Marcus Cruz going through to the next round. 7.930 from Marcus Cruz through the 8th mile, and he'll cruise to victory. Tom Courtney went a little bit too early there. Catherine Bunner will be in the right-hand lane going up against Monica Roberts. Monica Roberts from Ocala, Florida, 12.59 dial in the Monica Roberts machine. Catherine from Orlando, Florida, and a 11.97 dial on the Catherine Bunner machine. As the track crew is taking a look at the right lane, going to do a little cleanup here. All right, so Catherine Bunner in the right-hand lane going up against Monica Roberts. This is a first-round elimination for the Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman class who we're working through. All FB Trailer Junior Dragsters to the stage lanes. All FB Trailer Dragsters to the stage lanes for first-round eliminations. The 6 to 9-year-olds, lane 8, 10 to 12 in lane number 2, and 13, 17-year-olds, lane 1. Same assignments as yesterday, so please come on over to your stage lanes, and we'll get you into first-round eliminations. Monica Roberts wins off the red light from Catherine Bunner. Catherine went just slightly early there, and Monica Roberts with a 12.578 at 106.59 miles per hour moves her into round number 2. Mike Mockney will come up next in car number 2, 77X, a 12.80 dial for Mike Mockney, and Steve Pastilli will be in the Chevy Corvette in the right-hand lane. Decent starts for both of these vehicles. They head on down the racetrack, and Mike Mockney having to steer that back to the center line just slightly. And the winner going to be Steve Pastilli in the right-hand lane, 12.137 for Steve as he moves through at 113.40 miles per hour. As that brings up Derek Putnam in the left-hand lane. Derek out of Gainesville, Florida in that 70 Chevy going up against Dawson Bass in the Ford Mustang. Dawson Bass, 12.25 dial. Derek Putnam looking for an 11.15. Dawson Bass out of Jacksonville. Dawson Bass punches it, and Derek Putnam gets eliminated in the first round. And 0-2-2 early for Derek Putnam, and Dawson Bass going through to the next round. Tough break for Derek Putnam there. 12.259 for Dawson Bass. And he'll go through to round number 2. That brings up Clint Wilson, the right-hand lane. Clint Wilson out of Providence, Florida. Roy Johnson out of Keystone Heights, Florida, 12.20 dial on the Roy Johnson machine in the Chevy Corvette. He'll be in the left-hand lane. Clint Wilson will be in the right-hand lane in car number C243. Yeah, it looks like we have some fluid coming out of maybe one of the cars in the right-hand lane. Appears that's Clint Wilson in the right-hand lane. Our track crew going to take a look at the right-hand lane. All right, so they have moved Clint Wilson off the line. Roy Johnson will get the win by default, and Roy Johnson moving into the round number 2 of eliminations from Keystone Heights, and we'll head on down and get the win. Tony Quaro in the right-hand lane out of Providence, Florida will be up next. He'll be in the right lane once we finish the cleanup. In the right lane, Mitchell Gunter will be in the left lane in the Dodge Charger from Stark, Florida, 12.90 dial on the Gunter machine. Tony with a 12.90, so we're going to go heads-up racing here between Tony and Mitchell when we get back to racing action. Certainly looks like our crews have done a great job in the right-hand lane, and we are ready to go. Appreciate our crews here at Gainesville Raceway. They've been hard at work the entire weekend. Had Friday night test and tune. We had Saturday all day yesterday for the 2026 Scorpion Racing Products ET Bracket Series, and today back out for the third day and final day of action this weekend. So again, Tony in the right lane, Mitchell in the left, and the winner going to round 2. All junior dragsters should be in their stage lanes. FB Trailer Junior Dragsters, you should be in the stage lanes. 6 to 9-year-olds in lane 8, 10 to 12 in lane 2, and 13 to 17-year-olds in lane number 1 for first round eliminations. Winner is going to be in the left lane. Mitchell Gunter gets the win as Tony broke out. 12.977 for Mitchell Gunter at 103.99 miles per hour. And that sends Mitchell Gunter into the second round eliminations. Jason Rollins will come up next. He'll be in the right-hand lane out of High Springs, Florida. Justin Stathis will be in the left lane out of Tampa, Florida. 12.16 dial on Justin's machine. Jason with an 11.61 on the Pontiac Firebird. Good start for Jason Rollins. Look at Jason Rollins go. Looking for an 11.61 is Jason Rollins. And he's going to get it 11.596, a little bit over, but that's okay, as Justin Stathis also broke out. 114.78 for Jason Rollins. 114.70 miles per hour at 11.596. Gets the win over Justin Stathis and moves into round number 2. We are just about ready for the FB Trailer Junior Dragsters. We'll have the first round eliminations for the FB Trailer Junior Dragsters. We'll start with the 6 to 9 year olds in lane number 8. So it's the first of our eliminations for our 6 to 9 year olds. You're going to have Peyton Turner in the left-hand lane from Keystone Heights, Florida, a 12.05 dial in the Peyton Turner machine, and then you're going to have a 12.08 for Caleb Hamilton. He'll be in the right-hand lane out of Fitzgerald, Georgia. Caleb Hamilton with a 12.08 dial and dragster number K10, who will be in your right lane against Peyton Turner in the left. And there goes Caleb Hamilton in the right lane going up against Peyton Turner. And your winner going to be the left-hand lane for Peyton Turner. Peyton Turner at 12.204 at 51.96 miles per hour for Peyton Turner. Moving on to round number 2 at 12.142 for Caleb Hamilton in the right-hand lane at 52.08. Peyton Turner gets the round 1 victory. In the left lane, Addison Williams, Addie the Baddie, in the right-hand lane. Card number 291X, 13.90 dial for Addison in the left and the right-hand lane. Left-hand lane, you got Kalani Horst in the left-hand lane out of Inverness, Florida. And Kalani looking for a 13.67 on the dial. And a red light for Addison Williams, the right lane, gives the win to Horst in the left lane. 13.718 for Horst, who goes into the next round at 45.89 miles per hour. Win going to Hunter James in the left-hand lane, gets the win over Brindley Haldaway in the right-hand lane. Hunter James with a 12.081 at 48.67 miles per hour. Brindley ran a 12.262. And the left lane getting the win. Hudson Matz comes up. That's your bye in round number 1. Hudson out of Gainesville, Florida with an 11.90 dial in the right lane. And then this will be the last of our 6 to 9-year-olds. We'll have our 10 to 12-year-olds coming up in lane number 2, and then we'll get over to lane 1, which will be the 13 to 17-year-olds. At the conclusion of our FB Trailer Junior Dragsters, we're going to do a little fluff and buff the racetrack. And then we'll get into round 2 eliminations, which will be coming your way in just a little bit. Hudson Matz heads on down the racetrack, and Hudson Matz will move into round number 2. So Hudson Matz puts in a 12.32 at 53.31 miles per hour. Hudson Matz moving on to the second round. That'll bring up the first of our 10 to 12-year-olds. This is Scarlett Hicks in the right lane out of Elkton, Florida. Scarlett in dragster number X217. A 9.07 dial for Scarlett Hicks in the right lane. And dragster 240 in the left lane, looking for an 8.94 on the dial. The win going to the left lane, an 8.961 at 72.23 miles per hour. Scarlett with the red light. And that brings up Wyatt Hicks. Wyatt Hicks will be in the right lane in dragster number X218 and 8.92 on the dial for Wyatt Hicks. Skylar Carpenter will be in the left-hand lane out of St. Petersburg, Florida. 8.96 on the dial for Skylar Carpenter. The win went to Skylar Carpenter in the left lane, an 8.975 run for Skylar Carpenter at 72.97 miles per hour. Wyatt Hicks with an 8.948 at 73.30. Kylie Mockney will be in the right-hand lane out of Venice, Florida, an 8.91 dial for Kylie Mockney. And then you got Santiago in the left-hand lane out of Orlando, Florida. Looking for a sub-9 second for Santiago. 8.99 on the dial, and they take off. Oh, great launch for Kylie Mockney. We'll see if Kylie Mockney can make this happen. Looks like Kylie Mockney going to get the win, an 8.985 for Kylie Mockney at 67.64 miles per hour. Great launch for Kylie, a 006. And Santiago running a 72.49 mile per hour pass at 8.982. That'll bring up Waylon Bennett in the right lane, dragster number 295 for Waylon. An 8.92 dial for him. Landon Siegel will be in the left-hand lane from Riverview, Florida. An 8.90 dial for Landon. All right, so Waylon Bennett in the right-hand lane, Landon Siegel from Riverview, Florida. And they'll be your next pair down the racetrack as we continue to work through the 10 to 12-year-olds in the FB Trailer Junior Dragster class. And a win going to Waylon Bennett in the right-hand lane. It was a close race, 8.955 for Waylon Bennett at 67.40 miles per hour. The left lane, Landon Siegel, an 8.980 at 67.07. But the win going to Waylon Bennett. He'll move on to round number 2. And that'll bring up Johnny Moxley, who will be from Keystone Heights, Florida, in the left-hand lane. Johnny Moxley with an 8.96 dial in the left lane going up against Peyton Duffett. Peyton Duffett will be from Wesley Chapel, Florida, an 8.96 dial in the Peyton Duffett machine. Red light for Peyton Duffett, and Johnny Moxley will be in the left-hand lane with the win. An 8.910 pass for Johnny Moxley at 69.84 miles per hour as Johnny Moxley will move into round number 2. Jackson Collins will be in the left lane in dragster 202C, a 9.52 on the dial for Jackson Collins. Right lane is dragster number 214R, dialed in there at 8.91. And going up against Jackson Collins. Decent start for Jackson Collins. Looking to hold that down the racetrack goes, and he will. 9.646 for Jackson Collins at 67.96 miles per hour as Jackson Collins goes through to round number 2. Right lane ran 74.24 miles per hour in the right lane, also broke out. So Jackson Collins with the win. You're going to have Blake Jones in the left-hand lane. That's going to be your bye in the first round in race car number 281X. Blake Jones out of Orange Park, Florida, dialed in at 9.03, and we'll try to dial that car in for later on today in second round eliminations. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Now calling the Jeans Glass Pro Class to lanes 3 and 4. Overflow to 5 and 6. Jeans Glass Pro Class, your first call to lanes 3 and 4 for second round eliminations. Overflow to 5 and 6. Again, first call for Jeans Glass Pro Class to lanes 3 and 4 with overflow to 5 and 6. Thank you. Aaron Kennedy going too early. Everly Siegel will get the win in the left lane. So Everly Siegel with a 7.947 pass at 81.54 miles per hour for Everly Siegel. Moving on to round number 2. And that's going to bring up Juliana Edelman in the left-hand lane. Juliana from Land O'Lakes, Florida, 7.90 dial on dragster number 214G. And then she'll be going up against Elizabeth Boyett. We'll have had some heads-up racing here, both dialed in at 7.90. And Elizabeth Boyett from Cortez, Florida. Red light for Elizabeth Boyett, and Juliana is going to go through to round number 2. Juliana from Land O'Lakes, Florida, going to round number 2. And it was a 7.917 pass for Juliana at 80.38 miles per hour. As Juliana goes through to round number 2, Elizabeth Boyett ran a 7.887 at 80.88 miles per hour. But Juliana getting the win and going to round number 2. Brooklyn Collins will be in the right-hand lane from Keystone Heights, Florida, going up against Carson Morphy. Morphy in the left-hand lane from Elton, Florida. 7.92 dial on the Carson machine. Brooklyn Collins looking for an 8.03. A great start for Carson. 002. And the win going to Carson Morphy in the left-hand lane. 7.857 at 82.51 miles per hour for Carson. And the left lane, Brooklyn Redlit. And Carson going on to round number 2. Briella Browning will be in the right lane from Wesley Chapel, Florida. 7.90 dial for Briella Browning. Jay Santiago will be in the left lane out of Orlando, Florida. 7.96 dial for Jay Santiago. And dragster number 294, Jay. Second call for the Jeans Glass Pro Class to lanes 3 and 4 for your next round of eliminations. Round 2 of eliminations for the Jeans Glass Pro Class to lanes 3 and 4. Overflow to 5 and 6, please. Second call for Jeans Glass Pro Class to lanes 3 and 4. Overflow to 5 and 6. And it went going to Briella Browning in the right lane, 7.923 at 74.86 miles per hour as Briella Browning goes into round number 2. And this will be Bailey Kobe in the right-hand lane from Fort Myers, Florida, 7.99 on the dial for Bailey Kobe. Going up against Grayson Edelman, who will be in the left-hand lane. Grayson from Land O'Lakes, Florida, at an 8.22 dial, and dragster number 212G. Bailey Kobe gets the win at 8.031 at 77.57 miles per hour and goes through to round number 2. Edelman with an 8.358 at 77.78 miles per hour. That'll bring up Molly Banger in the right-hand lane and dragster 2404, 7.9 on the dial for Molly Banger out of Palmetto, Florida. In the right lane, Weston Daniel will be from Lake Butler, Florida. He'll be looking for a 7.92 dial. And both looking to go through to round number 2. As we continue our eliminations in the FB Trailer Junior Dragster, third call for the Jeans Glass Pro Class. Third call for Jeans Glass Pro Class, lanes 3 and 4. And you can come on down to lanes 5 and 6 for the Jeans Glass Pro Class. Come down to lanes 5 and 6 for overflow. The wing going to Molly in the right-hand lane, a 7.942 run for Molly Banger at 80.77 miles per hour. Moving Molly into the next round. That brings up our final FB Trailer Junior Dragster of the first round. This is Caden Haldaway from Inverness, Florida. He'll be looking for a 7.92 dial, and he'll get the bye into round number 2. At the conclusion of this car, we are going to do some track maintenance here at Gainesville Raceway and prepare for round number 2 eliminations for the Jeans Glass Pro Class, which will be coming up next. All right, so we're going to do some track maintenance and get this track looking good for you as we get ready for second round eliminations in the Jeans Glass Pro Class division. You should start working your way over to, again, lanes number 3 and 4 and 5 and 6 for the overflow. And that'll be coming up in just a little bit. Get working on this track maintenance for you, and we'll be back in just a little bit on 97.1 FM. Appreciate you guys coming out to the 2026 Scorpion Racing Products ET Bracket Series. The second day of competition. Had a great day yesterday here at Gainesville Raceway, and looking forward to another great day here today. If you do want your buybacks, we are doing those at the base of the tower. The buybacks are done in the main office on the first floor of the tower, and you can get your buyback there to get into round number 2. Once we are into round number 2, the eliminations begin, and there are no buybacks going forward from round number 2. Again, appreciate you guys coming out to Gainesville Raceway today. We're going to do some track maintenance, and we will be back in just a few minutes for second round eliminations for the Jeans Glass Pro Class.
Reliability to drive thousands of miles. Confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition. And a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit, we'll protect it.
Ready to take your engine to the next level? Scorpion Racing Products delivers precision-engineered, high-performance rocker arms that dominate the track. 100% CNC machined in the USA with aerospace-grade aluminum for unmatched strength and durability. Our rocker arms handle extreme conditions with multiple ratios available to fit your needs. Backed by our exclusive lifetime warranty. When performance matters, choose Scorpion Racing products. Proven, reliable, unstoppable.
With more than 30 years of engine and drivetrain experience, Big Stuff is your one-stop total power management solution. Whether you're controlling a 600 horsepower street car and want the best drivability, or have a 6,000 horsepower race car, need the most bulletproof, reliable control hardware, Big Stuff can do it all. All of our components are designed and manufactured right here in the USA, including our computers, wiring harnesses, touchscreen displays, and more. Nothing is built offshore, and we take pride in being one of the only automotive aftermarket manufacturers that can say this. Learn more at BigStuff3EFI.com or connect with us on Facebook and Instagram for more information.
Gaspar Paint Body, your premier heavy-duty body shop. Semis, trucks, boats, you name it. Nothing's too big for our body shop. Our 50-foot paint booth makes this possible. It's worth the drive, it's worth the trip. Gaspar Paint and Body.
If your trailer looks like a jalopy, you're missing the party. Time to level up with FB Trailers. Located in Orange Park, Florida, right on Blanding Boulevard, FB Trailers is your ultimate stop for all your trailer needs. Whether you're hauling race cars, ATVs, or even a whole stack of toys, we've got you covered. We carry top brands like CargoMate, Forest River, and ATC, ensuring you get nothing but the best. From sleek car haulers to robust cargo trailers, our variety is as diverse as the racers who trust us. Why do racers choose FB Trailers? Because we know the road to victory isn't just about speed, it's about reliability and quality. Our trailers are built to endure the toughest and longest hauls. And it's not just about sales, we offer parts and service to keep you rolling smoothly. So next time you're in Orange Park, swing by FB Trailers on Blanding Boulevard or visit us online at fbtrailers.com. Gear up with the trailer that's as dedicated to racing as you are. FB Trailers, your ticket to the winner's circle.
We're going to start with the Jeans Glass Pro Class in lanes number 3 and 4. Work our way over to lanes 5 and 6 for second round eliminations. Again, this is second round eliminations for the Jeans Glass Pro Class. Coming up. So we're going to start round number 2 in the elimination start. In round number 2, it's James Turner against Brandon Williams. Winner going into round number 3. Brandon Williams with a 6.46 dial out of Bradenton, Florida. Going up against James Turner from Keystone Heights, Florida. In the right lane, James Turner looking for a 7.09 on the dial as we get round number 2 started here. Brandon Williams and ready to go. James Turner in that right lane will go first, and he's going to red light just a little early there for James Turner. Tough break there, and James Turner eliminated from today's competition. Brandon Williams going on to round number 3, a 6.397 run for Brandon Williams at 103.89 miles per hour, eliminating James Turner. Marcus Cruz will come up next. Marcus Cruz will have a 7.15 dial in the right-hand lane going up against Andy Lindsay and the Ford Mustang from Alachua, Florida, the 6.78 dial in Mustang L288. Andy Lindsay, always a tough out. And Marcus Cruz, equally as good. Should be a great race between these two. There goes Marcus, and Andy Lindsay jumps the gun just a little bit, and Marcus Cruz going to go into round number 3. Andy Lindsay eliminated, and Marcus Cruz wins with a 7.113 at 95.42 miles per hour. Marcus Cruz goes through to round number 3. John Dwayne comes up in the right-hand lane from Jacksonville, Florida. John Dwayne with a 5.97 dial on that J267 machine going up against Mark Horton in the left lane. Mark with a 6.19 dial. They light up the tree, and there goes Mark Horton. And, Mark Horton's going to red light. John Dwayne going through to the next round. John Dwayne going to put in a 5.937 at 123.17 miles per hour as John Dwayne goes through to round number 3 and eliminates Mark Horton. Daniel Salyers will come up next in the right-hand lane from Reddick, Florida. Daniel Salyers in car number D291, 7.42 dial for Daniel Salyers. Going up against Eliza Rumbra in the left-hand lane out of Inverness. 6.53 dial is what Lee's looking for. And a good start for Lee. And Lee's going on to round number 3. 6.549 at 95.16 miles per hour for Eliza Rumbra. Moving on to round number 3 and eliminating Daniel Salyers. John Siegel will come up next in the right-hand lane out of Riverview, Florida. 5.54 dial for John Siegel. Adam Willis from Astatula will be in the left lane. 7.17 dial for Adam Willis. John Siegel looking for that 5.54. Adam Willis in that left lane. John Siegel in the right. Great start for John Siegel. Adam Willis heads on down the track. Can John get him at the line? And he can. John Siegel moving to round 3. 5.568 for John Siegel to 120.3 miles per hour. What a run for John Siegel to put him into round number 3. Mike French will come up in the right-hand lane. A 6.19 dial for Mike French from Ocala, Florida. D. Litchie in the left-hand lane from St. John's, Florida, with a 6.56 dial in the L202 machine. And looking to get into round number 3. Mike French is going to be in that right lane in the station wagon. And they thunder down the racetrack. Great starts for both of these racers. And it's going to be Mike French who gets the victory. 6.201 win for Mike French at 106.98 miles per hour sends Mike French into round number 3. Curtis Peak comes up in the Chevrolet pickup truck in the right-hand lane from Quitman, Georgia. Going up against Reed Ferrara in his Pontiac Firebird. Reed out of Jacksonville, a 7.11 dial on the Reed Ferrara machine. Curtis Peak looking for a 6.48 on the dial. So the win going to Reed Ferrara in the left-hand lane, 7.118 for Reed Ferrara. Moving into round number 3, 96.78 miles per hour for Reed Ferrara. Bob Hogston comes up in the left-hand lane from Lake Butler, Florida. 6.36 dial for Bob Hogston. Travis Marchand will be in the right-hand lane. And, tough break for Travis. He's going to light up the tree on the right-hand side a little bit early. And Bob Hogston going into round number 3 with 6.273 at 107.63 miles per hour, eliminating Travis Marchand. Steve Fischelli in the right lane, going up against car number 2064. 2064 at a 6.04 dial, going up against Steve in the right-hand lane. Car 182P, which is the Chevy Corvette. Attention in the pits. Now calling the Super Pro bike class to lane 7 for second round eliminations. Now calling the Super Pro bike class to lane 7 for second round eliminations. Again, calling the Super Pro bike class to lane 7 for second round eliminations. So the win went to the left-hand lane. Now we got Mike Mockney in the right-hand lane in the Ford Mustang from Venice, Florida, going up against Travis Britt. And they're going to back Travis Britt up for a minute. And I think he's just trying to get his tires wet and get a better run up to the line here for Travis. Travis trying to get it into gear. And there he goes. Travis going to work his way up to the line. From Glen St. Mary, Florida is where Travis Britt hails from. 6.79 on the dial for Travis Britt. That's what he's looking for. Mike Mockney with a 6.16. And the winner going to round 3. Loser is going to get knocked out. And that's the way the rest of the day is going to go. Nearly identical starts for both of these cars. Close race. And the win going to Mike Mockney. 6.169 for Mike Mockney at 107.66 miles per hour. Mike Mockney going through to the next round, eliminating Travis Britt. That'll bring up Dan Warren in the right-hand lane. And the Chevy pickup truck from Melbourne, Florida. 6.22 dial for Dan Warren, going up against Mel Reisky. Mel with a 6.38. And the Chevy Camaro. So again, second call for the Super Pro bike class to lane 7. Second call for Super Pro bike to lane 7 for second round elimination. Wing go to the right-hand lane. Dan Warren moving into the third round. A 6.217 pass for Dan Warren at 109.9 miles per hour sends Dan Warren into the third round, eliminating Mel in that left lane. Jason Rollins will come up in the right-hand lane from High Springs, Florida, 7.36 dial in the Jason Rollins machine. Going up against Randy Holbrook. Randy Holbrook in the left lane out of Palmetto, Florida. 6.23 on the dial for Randy, looking to get into round number 3. The Pontiac Firebird of Jason Rollins working its way in. And there goes Jason. Oh, too early for Randy Holbrook. And that'll eliminate Randy Holbrook. Jason Rollins through to the next round. A 7.352 pass for Jason Rollins at 92.70 miles per hour as Jason Rollins goes through to the next round. Paul Allen will come up from Middleburg, Florida. Paul Allen in that orange racing machine in the left-hand lane. A 6.66 dial for Paul Allen. And the right lane, you got car F286 with a 6.49 dial, looking to get through to round number 3. And the right lane going to be eliminated. Paul Allen going to be through to round number 3. Paul Allen with a 6.660, 101.41 miles per hour pass as Paul Allen moves into round number 3. Chris Duffett comes up in the right-hand lane out of Wesley Chapel, Florida, 6.53 dial for Chris Duffett. Russ Morris will be in the left lane, a 7.06 out of the man from Citra, Florida. The win going to Russ Morris in the left lane, 7.11 for Russ Morris, 87.96 miles per hour. Bar Pangolin will come up next in the left-hand lane, going up against John Tyler. John Tyler from Anthony, Florida, 6.67 dial on the John Tyler machine. Bar Pangolin Emmanuel is going to be in the left-hand lane, going up against Jennifer Robards. Robards in the right-hand lane out of Callahan, Florida, 7.57 on the dial for Jennifer Robards, and Emmanuel in the left-hand lane. And Jennifer going to get eliminated in round number 2. Emmanuel going on to the next round from High Springs, Florida, 7.78 on his dial. He hit it with a 7.859 win for Emmanuel with 88.29 miles per hour, eliminating Jennifer Roberts. David Kern Jr. is from Leesburg, Georgia. He's dialed in at 6.34 in the S10 pickup truck. Chris Lease is going to be in the left-hand lane from Stark, Florida, 6.95 dial for Chris Lease. As we continue to work through second round eliminations for the Jeans Glass Pro class. At this time, attention in the pits, now calling the FB Trailer Super Pro class to lanes 1 and 2 with overflow to 3 and 4. First call for the FB Trailer Super Pros to lanes 1 and 2, overflow to 3 and 4. Third call for Super Pro Bike class to lane 7. Third call for Super Pro Bike class to lane 7, please. And first call for FB Trailer Super Pro to lanes 1 and 2. First call for the Super Pro class to lanes 1 and 2. David Kern moving on to round number 3. This is Clint Wilson, who will be in the right lane going up against Phil Green. Phil Green, one of our track chaplains here at Gainesville Raceway from Ocala, Florida. 6.05 on the dial for Phil Green. Clint Wilson again, 6.85 from Providence, Rhode Island, for Providence, Florida, almost. So Clint Wilson with Phil Green. This should be a good battle between both of these competitors. Phil Green with a great launch. Let the win go to Clint Wilson. Clint Wilson's going to eliminate Phil Green. 6.856 for Clint Wilson at 98.33 miles per hour as Clint Wilson goes on to round number 3. Kenny Bevins comes up in the right-hand lane out of Tallahassee, Florida, going to go up against Kevin Roberts. Kevin Roberts and the R242 machine in the left-hand lane, a 7.65 dial for Kevin Roberts. Kenny Bevins from Tallahassee, Florida will be in that right-hand lane again. See who goes into round number 3 here. It's going to be Kevin Bevins in the right-hand lane, a 6.060 at 112.73 miles per hour as Kenny moves his way into round number 3. Rob Reynolds will come up in the right-hand lane in the S10 pickup truck. He'll be going up against Roland Alfred Corky, both of them looking to get through to the next round. Wing going to the right lane, Rob Reynolds gets the victory. A 6.357 pass for Rob Reynolds at 101.87 miles per hour, eliminating Roland Alfred Corky. Tony Gambardella is going to be up next in car number 135. That'll be the truck in the right-hand lane. 6.11 dial for Tony in the right lane. Lee Hauser in the left-hand lane out of looking for a 6.99 dial on the Lee Hauser machine in car number E200. Big wheel stand there for Tony. But a great start. And Tony get it at the line. Tony moving on to round number 3 at 6.108 at 102.11. They both broke out. Tony gets the benefit of that and moves into the next round. Dawson Bass will come up next in the right-hand lane. Again, final call for the Super Pro bike class to lane 7. Final call for Super Pro bikes to lane 7 for second round elimination. Second call for FB Trailer Super Pros to lanes 1 and 2, overflow to 3 and 4. FB Trailer Super Pro to lanes 1 and 2 for second round eliminations, overflow to 3 and 4, please. And they let up the tree. They're all ready to go. And Ernie Renfro triggers the tree too early. And Dawson Bass going through to round number 3. Dawson Bass from Jacksonville, Florida, but finding himself in round number 3 in the 235D Ford Mustang. Hamilton comes up in the right-hand lane going up against car number 219P. That's Mark Pop in the left-hand lane. So Pop coming up in the left-hand lane, a 6.49 dial on that machine. Real good start in the left-hand lane. And the win going to that Corvette in the left lane. Pop gets the win, 6.499 pass at 102.81 miles per hour as the left lane goes into round number 3. David Zink from Pontevedra, he's going to be at a 7.02 dial. Dustin Daniel from Lake Butler, Florida, 6.60 dial in truck number 2156. Yeah, third call for FB Trailer Super Pro to lanes 3 and 4 for overflow. If the lanes 1 and 2 are full, you can come to lanes 3 and 4. Wing going to David in the right-hand lane. What a great start for David at 007 and a 7.031 at 91.24 miles per hour for David who moves into round number 3, eliminating Dustin Daniel. Leah Todaro from Gainesville, Florida, will be in the left-hand lane. Jeremy Fireball Davis from Palm Coast will be in the right-hand lane. So Jeremy Fireball Davis, 5.67 on the dial for Jeremy, and Lee Todaro will be in that left-hand lane. Who's going through to round number 3? And we go to Lee in the left-hand lane. Lee going around 3, 7.579 for Lee Todaro, 90.24 miles per hour, eliminating Jeremy Fireball Davis, who went and jumped a little bit too early there for Fireball Davis. Keith Collins comes up in the left-hand lane, going up against car number 1850. Keith Collins in that Scarface machine in the left lane, going up against car 1850. Wing going to Keith Collins, 5.846 for Keith Collins at 116.85 miles per hour as Keith Collins goes into round number 3. And that's going to bring up Derek Putnam from Gainesville, Florida in the left-hand lane. Derek Putnam going up against car number 2035X, and we do have a stoppage here. So track crew is just making sure that the track is clear before we go back to racing here. And so we're going to have to hold just for a little bit, get some cleanup work we have to do on the top end. An update here in a second. Somebody from Jeremy's crew, please go help out Jeremy Fireball Davis. Needs some help getting that motorcycle back to the pits. If anybody can go help out Jeremy, get that motorcycle back to the pits, we greatly appreciate you.
Reliability to drive thousands of miles. confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition and a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit, we'll protect it.
Ready to take your engine to the next level? Scorpion Racing Products delivers precision-engineered, high-performance rocker arms that dominate the track. 100% CNC machined in the USA with aerospace-grade aluminum for unmatched strength and durability. Our rocker arms handle extreme conditions with multiple ratios available to fit your needs. Backed by our exclusive lifetime warranty. When performance matters, choose Scorpion Racing Products. Proven, reliable, unstoppable.
With more than 30 years of engine and drivetrain experience, Big Stuff is your one-stop total power management solution. Whether you're controlling a 600 horsepower street car and want the best drivability, or have a 6,000 horsepower race car, need the most bulletproof, reliable control hardware, Big Stuff can do it all. All of our components are designed and manufactured right here in the USA, including our computers, wiring harnesses, touchscreen displays, and more. Nothing is built offshore, and we take pride in being one of the only automotive aftermarket manufacturers that can say this. Learn more at bigstuff3efi.com or connect with us on Facebook and Instagram for more information.
Gaspar Ping Body, your premier heavy-duty body shop. Semis, trucks, boats, you name it. Nothing's too big for our body shop. Our 50-foot paint booth makes this possible. It's worth the drive, it's worth the trip. Gaspar, Paint and Body.
If your trailer looks like a jalopy, you're missing the party. Time to level up with FB Trailers. Located in Orange Park, Florida, right on Blanding Boulevard, FB Trailers is your ultimate stop for all your trailer needs. Whether you're hauling race cars, ATVs, or even a whole stack of toys, we've got you covered. We carry top brands like CargoMate, Forest River, and ATC, ensuring you get nothing but the best. From sleek car haulers to robust cargo trailers, our variety is as diverse as the racers who trust us. Why do racers choose FB Trailers? Because we know the road to victory isn't just about speed, it's about reliability and quality. Our trailers are built to endure the toughest and longest hauls. And it's not just about sales, we offer parts and service to keep you rolling smoothly. So next time you're in Orange Park, swing by FB Trailers on Blanding Boulevard or visit us online at fbtrailers.com. Gear up with the trailer that's as dedicated to racing as you are. FB Trailers, your ticket to the winner's circle.
Ivy Hodo Golf Cart Sales and Service. If you want to upgrade that old jalopy you got, give us a call. Or maybe you just want to go ahead and toss up the scrapyard and buy you a new ride. Come down and see us. Located here in Jessup, Georgia, give us a call. Ivy Hodo Golf Cart Sales and Service.
We are back to racing action at Gainesville Raceway. Derek Putnam will be in the left-hand lane from Gainesville, Florida, going up against car number 2035X. 7.12 dial in the right lane to Derek Putnam, 7.07. And final call for the Super Pro bike class and final call for FB Trailer Super Pro class. We're going to get into those two classes at the conclusion of the Jeans Glass Pro class. Round 2 eliminations. Here's Derek Putnam in that right lane. Good launch for Derek. But he can't hold off the hard charging right lane. 2035X moving on to the next round. 7.135 at 95.19 miles per hour in the right hand lane. And that's going to be Peyton Shook coming up as your buy for the Jeans Glass Pro class. Car number 254. 6.51 dial in the Peyton Shook machine. And we are going to move into Super Pro bike class at the conclusion of this run. And so the wing going to Peyton Shook going into round number 3. Pretty good run for Peyton Shook. And that'll move into our Super Pro bike class. Joe Clemmy going up against bike number 3101. And Joe Clemmy going into the third round, 5.564 run for Joe Clemmy at 112.82 miles per hour puts Joe Clemmy into the third round. Santi Rodriguez Jr. going to be in the right-hand lane. Vance Howdyshell will be in the left lane. A 7.46 dial for Vance Howdyshell from Vero Beach, Florida, going up against Santi Rodriguez Jr. on bike number X200. Vance Howdyshell goes too early, eliminates himself, and Santi Rodriguez Jr. is going on to the next round. Santi Rodriguez Jr. with a 5.498 pass at 124.12 miles per hour, and Santi Rodriguez Jr. will race in round number 3. And Larry Berger has some trouble off of the start. Dwayne Schmidt Jr. going to be the winner from Citra, Florida. Dwayne Schmidt Jr. going into the next round with a 5.528, 125.47 mile per hour pass for Dwayne Schmidt Jr. Not sure what happened to the Larry Berger machine, but he's going to back that bike off of the start line. Scott DeLaw in the left lane, having to lean that bike to the left, and he's going to win it. 5.814 for Scott DeLong. Had to do a little bit of work, but made it happen. 100.3 miles per hour for Scott DeLong. Beats out Anthony Vieira in the right-hand lane. Reginald Harper will be in the right lane from Palm Coast, Florida, going up against Richard Holder from Jacksonville. Richard trying to get that bike fired up. And now he shuts the engine off, so something amiss with the Richard Holder machine. And it looks like Richard's pushing his bike off of the line. So Richard getting pushed off of the line. Reginald Harper from Palm Coast will go into round number 3. Final call for the FB Trailer Super Pro cars in lanes 1 and 2. And overflow to 3 and 4. If you are ready for round 2, you should be in those lanes. So Reginald Harper going into round number 3 with an 8.090 pass at 84.60 miles per hour. Moves Reginald Harper into the next round. Yeah. Samuel Parrish in the right lane from Green Cove Springs, Florida, going up against Jeremy Fireball Davis. Jeremy in the left lane. So who's moving on to round number 3? Is it going to be Jeremy Fireball Davis or Samuel Parrish? And the win going to Samuel Parrish in the right lane. Samuel with a 5.396 pass at 109.32 miles per hour. As Samuel Parrish moves on to round number 3. That brings up our bye in this round. It'll be Roy Hagdorn. And Roy going to be in the left lane on bike number 291. 5.63 on the dial for Roy Hagdorn, looking to move to round number 3. Oh, hang on to it, Roy. Roy's going to let red light, but he's going to win and go into the next round as he's your bye. Roy with a little wheel spin there at the start, hangs onto that bike and moves on to round number 3. That'll bring up the FB Trailer Super Pro class. Troy Volker coming up in the right-hand lane from Ocala, Florida at a 5.85 dial for Troy Volker. Brian Jones will be in the dragster in the left-hand lane from Orange Park, Florida, looking for a 4.47 in dragster J281. And we're going to go to Troy Volker in the right-hand lane, eliminating Brian Jones. Troy Volker with a 5.849 pass at 118.14 miles per hour for Troy Volker. and he moves on to round number 3. Gene Spaziani will come up in the orange Roadster. Lake City, Florida is where Gene Spaziani's from. That's a 5.4 on the dial for Gene Spaziani. Alan Stathis will be in the left-hand lane in dragster number 267, a 4.54 dial for Alan. And the win going to Allen in the left-hand lane. A 4.557 pass at 144.3 miles per hour for Allen. That brings up Jerry in the right-hand lane. Jerry Gilder from Yulee, Florida. 5.41 dial on the G245 machine going up against Jerry McGill from Middleburg, Florida, who will be in the left lane. A 5.40 on the dial for Jerry McGill in car number 2905. And a win going to Jerry McGill in the left lane, a 5.760 pass at 97.76 miles per hour. Sending Jerry McGill on to the next round. And that'll bring out car number 2025 in the right-hand lane. Car number 200 will be in the left-hand lane. Hang on to it. The left lane, oh man, he was all sorts of crossed up. And the right lane going to go through with the win. 5.184 at 127.76 miles per hour. My goodness, that left-hand lane, I was able to hold on to it and cruising down the racetrack, but got a little crossed up before the 60-foot marker and was able to hang on to it. We'll have 2 dragsters coming up now. That's David Harris in the right-hand lane. And dragster number 8244 against Bill Highhouse in the left-hand lane. Bill Highhouse in dragster number X232 out of Middleburg, Florida. And a trip zip for David Harris. They thundered down the racetrack, but he can't hold on. Bill Highhouse moving on to the next round with a 4.482 at 148.58 miles per hour. Bill Highhouse moving on to round number 3, eliminating David Harris despite the trip zip. And Glenn Newman's moving into the right lane here from Alachua, Florida. A 5.54 on the dial for Glenn Newman's. Michael Bonacci is going to be in the left-hand lane out of Ocala, Florida. 5.02 on the dial for Michael Bonacci. Michael Bonacci had kind of an early exit yesterday, looking for better things here today. Glenn Newman's made it to round 4 yesterday, and Glenn looking to get to round number 3. Here we go. Great start for both of them. Here comes Michael Bonacci, but it's going to be Glenn Newman's with the win. Glenn Newman's with a 5.554 as Michael Bonacci broke out. 122.70 mile per hour pass for Glenn Newman's, who makes it into round number 3. Darwin Garcia will be in the right lane from Eustis, Florida. The Lake County man is going to have a 5.80 dial for Darwin Garcia. Robert Treadwell will be in the left-hand lane, and he has been fantastic so far this weekend. He's going to be a tough out for Darwin Garcia, looking to place spoiler here for Robert Treadwell, who's looking to get into round number 3. So who's moving on? Darwin Garcia or Robert Treadwell? Big launch for both of them. Robert Treadwell looking pretty good so far if he doesn't break out. But he does, and Darwin Garcia is going to upset Robert Treadwell and move on to round number 2. Tough break for Robert Treadwell. It was looking so good until it wasn't. Just broke out, and Darwin Garcia going to move on with a 5.803 at 116.20 miles per hour. This is truck number 2000X in the right-hand lane. It's looking for a 5.60 dial, going up against Dragster 2217 in the left-hand lane at a 4.47 dial. And we can go into the dragster in the left-hand lane at 4.482 at 150.45 miles per hour. And that'll send that dragster into the third round. Bobby Trinnell will come up in the right-hand lane at Fort White, Florida. Scott Motter is going to be in the left-hand lane. Scott Motter from Callahan. We can go to Bobby Trinnell in the right-hand lane. 5.311 for Bobby Trinnell at 129.95 miles per hour. So Bobby Trinnell is going to move on to the next round. John Hamill will come up in the dragster. Dragster number 253 in the right lane from Orange Park, Florida. A 5.01 on the dial for John Hamill. He'll be going up against Travis Logan. Travis Logan had a heck of a night last night. And looking for another great day today is Travis Logan, trying to do the weekend sweep if he can. 2280 is the number on that machine. He's looking for 5.52 on the dial for Travis Logan. Good start for John Hamill. And he's going to get Travis Logan. 5.041 for John Hamill. And a 001 reaction time sends John Hamill into the next round at 126.54 miles per hour. Eliminates Travis Logan. Michael Peak will be in the right-hand lane. Dave Damrest will be in the left-hand lane. Michael Peak, again from Quitman, Georgia, going up against Dave Damrest, Fort McCoy. We can go to Dave Damrest in the left-hand lane. Dave Damrest, a 4.692 at 145.55 miles per hour for Dave. That'll bring up John Dwayne in the right lane out of Jacksonville, Florida. Daniel Mockney will be in the left lane from Venice. 4.854 on the dial for Danielle. And John Dwayne, a 5.97. And the winner going to John Dwayne. John Dwayne with a 5.971 at 112.20 miles per hour. Mockney broke out. And John Dwayne going on to round number 3. Curtis Peak comes up from Quitman, Georgia. He'll be in the right lane in the pickup truck. Truck number 2629. He's looking for a 6.47 on the dial. Jenna Yernall will be in the left-hand lane out of St. Petersburg, Florida. We can go into Jenna in the left-hand lane. Jenna with a 6.263 pass at 106.43 miles per hour for Jenna. And she moves on to the next round. Paul Allen comes up in the right-hand lane from Middleburg, Florida, going up against Savannah High House. Savannah High House in the dragster. 4.81 on the dial for Savannah High House. And then you got Paul Allen with a 6.66 on the dial. That's what he's looking for to get Paul Allen through to the next round. Both of them easing in. Nice launch for Paul Allen. Even better for Savannah. It's going to be close. Savannah High House going to eliminate Paul Allen. Savannah High House going on to the next round. 4.816 at 140.63 miles per hour for Savannah High House, who moves on to the next round. Great job for Savannah, and Paul Allen will be eliminated. James Bunner going to be in the right-hand lane in dragster number JB1X. Looking for a 4.83 dial. Mark Daniel will be in the left lane, dragster 213. Mark out of Jacksonville, 4.97 on his dial. And they roared down the track. The win going to Mark Daniel in the left lane. A 4.960 pass for Mark Daniel at 137.69 miles per hour. I'll bring up James Hicks Jr. in dragster 219H from Elkton, Florida, going up against Brandon George. Brandon George in the left-hand lane. Tension in the pits, tension in the pits. Now calling the Allen Speed and Machine Jr. Street to lanes 1 and 2. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Now calling the Allen Speed and Machine Junior Street to lanes 1 and 2. Also calling Pro Bike class to lane 7. First call for Pro Bikes class to lane 7. Allen Speed Machine Junior Street to lanes 1 and 2. Pro Bike class to lane 7. First call for Allen Speed Machine Junior Street class to lanes 1 and 2. First call for Pro Bike class to lane 7 for second round eliminations. The win going to Brandon George in the left-hand lane. Brandon George with a 6.144 at 109.9 miles per hour on an 015. Grayson Wright comes up in the left-hand lane. Grayson from Middleburg, Florida. 5.0 dial for Grayson Wright. Even Steve Schoonmaker will be in the right-hand lane for Jacksonville, Florida. 4.75 dial for Steve Schoonmaker. And this should be a fun one between two very competitive racers. Second call for the Allen Speed Machine Junior Street to lanes 1 and 2. Second call for Allen Speed Machine Junior Street to lane 1 and 2. Second call for Pro Bike class to lane 7. Second call for Pro Bike class to lane 7 for second round eliminations. Wing going to Steve Shoemaker in the right lane, 4.760 pass at 144.35 miles per hour for Steve and moves into round number 3. Jackie Bennett comes up from Palatka, Florida. Jackie Bennett and dragster J275 going up against Roland Corky Alford in the left lane out of Glen St. Mary, Florida. All right, so here we go. The next round, Roland Alford, Corky in the left lane, Jackie Bennett in the right lane. And here they go down the track. Moves on to round 3. It's going to be Roland Corky Alford from Glen St. Mary, Florida. 6.916 for Roland at 97.76 miles per hour, eliminating Jackie Bennett. Randy Banger going to be in the right-hand lane and going up against Stephen Young. Stephen Young out of St. Augustine, Florida. And car number 38, Randy Banger in the B217 machine out of Palmetto, Florida. Wing going to Randy Banger in the right-hand lane, 4.965 for Randy, and that is 126.95 mile per hour pass for Randy. Moves Randy into the next round. Trey Bunner will be in the right-hand lane, going up against Randy Holbrook. Randy Holbrook in the truck in the left-hand lane, 6.24 on the dial for truck number 266C. That is Randy Holbrook. Trey Bunner going to be in the J273 Dragster. And dialed in at 4.74, looking to get through to the next round. Randy Holbrook moves on to the next round as Trey Bunner broke up Randy Holbrook with a 6.252 pass at 111.2 miles per hour. Randy Holbrook moves on to round number 3, and that brings up Nate Hamilton in the right-hand lane. Nate Hamilton is out of Fitzgerald, Georgia. He'll be in car number H246 going up against Mike Ming. Dialed in at a 6.68 is Mike out of Green Cove Springs, Florida. Nate Hamilton in the right lane, Mike Ming in the left lane. Good starts for both of these cars. They race down the track, and Mike going to move on to the next round. 6.667 pass for Mike at 102.35 miles per hour. Moves Mike into round number 3. Dave Hicks comes up from St. Augustine, Florida. 4.84 dial in for Dave Hicks. For his dragster, it's dragster number H249 going up against dragster number X89, 3X89 a 4.78 dial in the left lane. Dave Hicks always competitive here at Gainesville Raceway when he comes on out. Tough break for the left lane, and they went a little too early. Dave Hicks going to be in the next round. A 4.825 for Dave Hicks at 142.42 miles per hour sends Dave Hicks into round number 3. Robert Carlson will come up next in dragster number 2118. A 5.14 dial for Robert Carlson out of St. Augustine, Florida. Going to be going up against Ken Grant. Ken Grant with a 4.52 dial on that machine. As we continue to work our way through the FB Trailers Super Pro class. And the win going to Kelly Hicks in the right-hand lane, 4.574 at 150.58 miles per hour. And the win going to Allen in the left-hand lane. Allen moving on to the next round with a 4.581 pass at 137.30 miles per hour. Allen moving on to round number 3, eliminating Chris Duffett. Brian Radley in the right-hand lane in the Chevy Camaro going up against car number 2006. A 6.79 dial in the left-hand lane to a 6.60 in the right. Brian Radley out of Bellevue, Florida. Brian moving on to the next round. 6.754 at 90.3 miles per hour for Brian Radley. Roy Hagdorn in the left lane from Venice, Florida, going up against Tony Gambardella in the right-hand lane. Final call for Allen Speed Machine Junior Street in lanes 1 and 2. Final call for Pro Bike Class in lane 7. You should be in your lanes as we come to the end of the FB Trailer Super Pro class and their round 2 eliminations. And you should be ready to go. And the win going to Roy Agdorn in the left lane. Roy with a 6.368 pass at 108.60 miles per hour. And that'll bring up Brian Jones in the left lane. Brian with a 4.45 dial from Orange Park, Florida, going up against truck number 2062X. And double red lights, and Brian Jones will go through with a 004. 4.4 even across the board for Brian Jones at 156.95 miles per hour. Darwin Garcia comes up from Eustis, Florida. He'll be in the left-hand lane going up against truck number 2601. 6.32 on the dial in the right-hand lane. Darwin with a 5.79. Tension in the pits, tension in the pits. Now calling the Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman class to lanes 5 and 6. Now calling the Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman class to lanes 5 and 6, please. Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman class, this is your first call to lanes 5 and 6. Final call for Allen Speed Machine Junior Street to lanes 1 and 2. And final call for Pro Bike class to lane 7. $209N is the buy-in sportsman. $209N is the buy-in sportsman. And looks like we had some issues off the line here in the right-hand lane, and truck number 2601 is getting pushed off of the line. So Darwin Garcia going to get a free ride into round number 3. And Darwin with a 5.788, 117.51 mile per hour pass for Darwin Garcia. And that brings up Will Highhouse. Will Highhouse from Middleburg, Florida in the left lane, dialed in at 5.87 in the H232 machine, going up against Brandon Williams from Bradenton, Florida. 6.41 on the dial for Brandon Williams in the truck in the right-hand lane. Will Highhouse in the left lane. 001 for Will Highhouse, and he's moving on to the next round. What a great start for Will Highhouse. He was nearly perfect there, 5.882 at 109.7 miles per hour. And Will Highhouse moving on to the next round. Dwayne Schmidt Jr. will come up on the bike. He'll be in the right-hand lane going up against dragster number 571. 4.47 on the dial for dragster number 571. And then Dwayne Schmidt Jr. looking for a 5.52. Dwayne out of Citra, Florida. Second call for Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman class to lanes 5 and 6. Second call for Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman class to lanes 5 and 6 for second round eliminations. Oh, what a run for Dwayne Schmidt Jr. 5.527 and 118.86 miles per hour. Going to eliminate that dragster in the left-hand lane. Dwayne Schmidt Jr. moving on to the next round. Glenn Newmans will come up looking to get to the fourth round for the second day in a row. Glenn Newmans looking for a 5.54 dial from Alachua, Florida. Keith Collins will be in the left lane in the S10 pickup truck from Keystone Heights, Florida. 5.6 on the dial for Keith Collins. And truck number 2000. Coming to the end of our FB Trailers Super Pro class. And we'll move right into the Allen Speed Machine Junior Street Round 2 Eliminators. And Keith Collins going through to round number 3, eliminating Glenn Newman's 5.592 for Keith Collins at 124.68 miles per hour. That brings up Mark Horton. He's going to be our bye in this round. He'll be in dragster number 229H. Looking for a 4.77 is Mark Horton. And then we'll get right into our Allen Speed Machine Junior Street class and the Pro Bike class. So Mark Horton putting in a 4.793 at 137.6 miles per hour. He'll move on to round number 3. And now we work into the Allen Speed Machine Junior Street class. This is Tanner Mockney and Caden Holdaway. And Tanner Mockney moving on to round number 3, eliminating Caden Holdaway. A 9.041 for Tanner Mockney from Bradenton, Florida at 71.68 miles per hour. Weston Daniels comes up in the right-hand lane going up against Chelsea Dwayne. Chelsea going to be in the left lane from Jacksonville, Florida. And Weston Daniels in the 282X Ford pickup truck. Wing going to Weston Daniels. Chelsea Dwayne with the red light in the left-hand lane. 10.984 for Weston at 68.9 miles per hour as Weston moves on to the next round. Aaron Kennedy comes up next. He'll be in the right-hand lane from Middleburg, Florida. going up against Briella Browning. Briella from Wesley Chapel. Aaron Kennedy, red lights. Briella Browning going on to round number 3 with a 9.507, 75.68 miles per hour for Briella Browning. And she'll move on to round number 3. That does it for the Allen Speed Machine Junior Street class. We'll move on to our pro bike class now. Third call for Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman class to lanes 5 and 6. First call for FB Trailer Junior Dragsters. FB Trailer Junior Dragsters to the stage lanes, please. First call for FB Trailer Junior Dragsters to the stage lanes for round 2 eliminations. Scott DeLong will be in the left-hand lane from Citra, Florida. Going to be going up against Chuck Wooten. Chuck from Reddick, Florida. Win going to Chuck in the right lane. Chuck with a 9.868 pass as Scott DeLong red lit and 133.16 mile per hour pass puts Chuck Wooten into the next round. Roy Johnson will be in the right-hand lane going up against Joe Clemmy from Davenport, Iowa. Joe Clemmy on bike number 563F. Looking for a 9.05 on his dial. Roy Johnson with a 10.95. Or Roy going to have to lean into it already as he took off to the left. Joe Clemmy headed down, and Roy Johnson ended up red lighting anyway. So Joe Clemmy going on to the next round, a 9.027 at 144.13 miles per hour as Joe Clemmy goes into the next round. Reginald Harper will come up next. He'll be from Palm Coast, Florida, a 12.75 on the dial for Reginald Harper. He'll be going up against Larry Berger. Larry Berger from Jacksonville, Florida, a 10.69 on his dial. Final call for the Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman class. Final call for Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman class. Lanes 5 and 6 for second round elimination. Second call for the FB Trailer Junior Dragsters. Second call for FB Trailers Junior Dragsters to the stage lanes. And the winner goes to Reginald Harper in the right lane, 12.827 as Larry Berger broke out, 12.87. And that's a 101.64 mile per hour pass for Reginald Harper, who moves on to round number 3. Vance Hottishell will be in the right-hand lane going up against Tom Moats from Ocala, Florida. Tom with a 10.95 dial to Vance's 9.90. It's about a second head start here for Tom Moats. Oh, tough break for Tom, and he red lights early. Vance Hottishell going through to round number 3. Man from Vero Beach, Florida, moves to round 3. Vance Hottishell at 9.771 pass for Vance at 137.92 miles per hour. Richard Holder comes up from Jacksonville, Florida. He'll be in the right-hand lane. Anthony Vieira will be in the left-hand lane from Palm Coast, Florida. 10.39 on the dial for Anthony Vieira. Richard Holder with a 8.70. It's our last pair for the pro bike class. We'll also have our pro bike buy coming up, and then we'll get right into the Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman class. Third call for the FB Trailer Junior Dragsters. All junior dragsters to the stage lanes. FB Trailer Junior Dragsters to the stage lanes. The win going to the right lane. Richard Holder moves on to the next round. 8.702 for Richard Holder from Jacksonville, Florida. He'll race in round number 3. Samuel Parrish will be our bye. Sam from Green Cove Springs, Florida. He's been pretty racy so far this weekend, and here he is getting the bye into the third round. 8.76 on his dial. And away going to Sam Parrish, of course, in the right lane, and he'll be on to round number 3, putting in an 8.75, one past 155.17 miles per hour. Dawson Bass going up against Kevin Roberts, and Dawson Bass is eliminated. Kevin Roberts moving on to the next round. Dawson Bass a little bit too early, a 007 early for Dawson Bass, and Kevin Roberts with an 11.808 win at 115.78 miles per hour. That's going to bring up Jacob Richards in the right-hand lane, the Ford Mustang. Monica Roberts will be in the Chevy Camaro in the left-hand lane. Monica from Ocala, Florida. Jacob from Gainesville, Florida, right down the road. And the winner of this race is going to be the right lane, Jacob Richards from Gainesville, Florida. Moving on to round number 3 with a 12.221 at 109.20 miles per hour, eliminating Monica Roberts. Dennis Harsh will come up in the Infinity. He'll be in the left-hand lane, dialed in at 11.98, going up against Chris Courtney in the Trans Am. Chris Courtney out of Gainesville, Florida, and looking to move his way into round number 3. Dennis Harsh going to be in the left lane. Fourth call for the FB Trailer Junior Dragsters. Fourth call for FB Trailer Junior Dragsters. You are on deck. You should be in your stage lanes and getting ready to go. Winner will be Chris Courtney in the right-hand lane. Chris Courtney with an 11.044 at 121.62 miles per hour. Chris Courtney going on to round 3. Jason Rollins now coming up in the Pontiac Firebird in the right-hand lane. That'll be going up against Adam Willis in the left-hand lane. 11.50 dial on the Willis machine. Jason Rollins with an 11.60. Oh, look out, the left lane getting a little bit close to the center line, but Adam Willis going to pull it off. Had to do a little bit of driving on that one, but he makes it happen. 11.522 for Adam Willis at 102.21 miles per hour, and moves on to round number 3. Good piece of driving there for Adam Willis, eliminating Jason Rollins, who ended up breaking out. Jay Dixon will be in the right-hand lane from St. George, Georgia, a 12.57 on the dial for the Dodge Challenger, going up against truck number 208 with a 13.54 on the dial in the left-hand lane. Michael Martin going up against Jay Dixon, and the winner going to be in the right-hand lane, Jay Dixon, as Michael Martin broke out. Jay Dixon with a 12.687 pass at 110.3 miles per hour for Jay Dixon puts Jay in round number 3. Daniel Salyers comes up from Reddick, Florida, in the right-hand lane, 11.74 on the Daniel Salyers dial, and Bart Pangolini will be in the left lane in the Chevy Corvette number 2455 in that left lane from Melrose, Florida. And a red light for Daniel Salyers. Bart Pangilinan will go through to the next round. The win with 12.370 at 110.66 miles per hour for Bart Pangilinan, moving into round number 3 and eliminating Daniel Salyers. Steve Pastilli will be in the right-hand lane. Got a couple of Corvettes going at it here. Roy Johnson will be in the left-hand lane from Keystone Heights, Florida. Battle of the early 2000s Corvette against the mid-2010s Corvette. And the win going to Roy Johnson. I guess new school gets through. He's going to eliminate Steve Redlit, and Roy Johnson going into the next round. Marcus Cruz comes up in the right-hand lane from McClenny, Florida. Derek Putnam will be in the left lane out of Gainesville. And his 70 Chevy. Marcus Cruz is going to be eliminated here. Derek Putnam going to round number 3. Derek Putnam, 11.222 at 106.18 miles per hour as Marcus Cruz lit up the tree a little early. And Derek Putnam going into round number 3. Mitchell Gunter will be in the right-hand lane from Stark, Florida. A 12.91 dial for Mitchell Gunter in the Dodge Charger. Going up against Tom Courtney in the Trans Am. 11.09 Tom Courtney's looking for. Final call for the FB Trailer Junior Dragsters. Final call for the FB Trailer Junior Dragsters. You need to be in the stage lanes. You are on deck. Win go to Tom Courtney in the left lane. Tom going through with an 11.110 at 122.61 miles per hour, eliminating Mitchell Gunter. Catherine Butter will be in the right-hand lane, and Mike Mockney in the left-hand lane. Tony in the left-hand lane going up against Clinton Wilson. Tony with a 12.90 dial from Providence, Florida. Clinton Wilson also from Providence, an 11.0 dial for Clinton Wilson in the C243 machine. And the win going to the right lane, Clinton Wilson with a 10.853 at 121.30 miles per hour as Clint Wilson goes through to the next round, eliminating Tony in that left lane. Clint Wilson go to the round number 3. Nico Krashenko in the right-hand lane out of Sarasota, Florida, 12.76 on the dial for the BMW. And Justin in the left-hand lane. And the win going to Nico Krashenko in the right-hand lane, 12.851 for Nico at 106.48 miles per hour. And Nico Krashenko goes through to the next round. That'll do it for the Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman class. Up next, we'll have the FB Trailer Junior Dragsters. We'll start with the 6 to 9-year-olds in lane number 8. Getting the win was Hudson Matz in the left-hand lane, a 12.031 for Hudson Matz. Moves on to round number 3 for Hudson Matz at a 53.71 for Hudson. Addison Williams, Addie the Batty of the right-hand lane. 13.90 on the dial for Addie. And Peyton Turner going to be in the left-hand lane from Keystone Heights, Florida. First call for Jeans Glass Pro Class to lanes 3 and 4 for round 3 eliminations. Jeans Glass Pro Class to lanes 3 and 4 for third round eliminations. Once again, the Jeans Glass Pro Class to lanes 3 and 4 for third round eliminations. So going through to the next round was Addison Williams, as they both red lit, but Addison Williams going through the next round, 13.944 at 43.488 miles per hour. Caleb Hamilton will be in the right-hand lane going up against Hunter James. Hunter James from Fort Myers, Florida. Caleb from Fitzgerald, Georgia. This will be our last pair, and then we'll have our bye in round number 2 here. And both these drivers, Hunter and Caleb, looking to get to round number 3. And a win going to the left-hand lane. Hunter James going to round number 3. 11.808 for Hunter James at 52.48 miles per hour. Kalani Horst will have the bye in the left-hand lane. Kalani Horst moving into round number 3 for the 6 to 9-year-old class. That brings up the 10 to 12-year-olds. And Kalani Horst finishes the run with a 13.608 at 47.26 miles per hour. All right, so this is Johnny Moxley in the left-hand lane from Keystone Heights, Florida, going up against Waylon Bennett. Waylon going to be in the right-hand lane. Johnny Moxley with an 8.986, moving through to the next round, 64.38 miles per hour for Johnny Moxley, and moves his way into the next round. Scarlett Hicks will be from Elkton, Florida. She'll be in the right-hand lane in dragster number X217. Looking for a 9.10 on the dial. Left lane, dragster number 240, looking for an 8.92. Andela red lights with Scarlett Hicks going to pick up the victory in the right lane. 9.337 pass for Scarlett Hicks at 73.57 miles per hour moving into the third round. Wyatt Hicks comes up in dragster number X218. Wyatt Hicks looking for an 8.92 on his dial. Landon Siegel come up in the left-hand lane from Riverview, Florida. Landon Siegel with an 8.94 on the dial. and dragster number 2283. Win going to Landon Siegel in the left-hand lane, 8.954 for Landon Siegel at 69.27 miles per hour. Moves Landon into round number 3. Blake Jones will come up in the left lane from Orange Park, Florida, 9.02 on the dial for Blake Jones, going up against dragster 214R in the right lane, and 8.90 on the dial for the dragster in the right lane. Blake Jones looking for a 9.02. And a win going to Blake Jones in the left lane, a 9.5 at 72.23 miles per hour for Blake Jones, who moves into the next round. Peyton Duffett comes up in the right lane from Wesley Chapel, Florida, an 8.91 dial for Peyton Duffett. That's what she's looking for. Jackson Collins will be in the left lane, and dragster number 202C looking for a 9.52 on the dial. Second call for the Jeans Glass Pro Class to lanes 3 and 4. Second call for Jeans Glass Pro Class to lanes 3 and 4.
Okay, so in the left lane, Skylar Carpenter out of St. Pete, Florida versus Janae Santiago from Orlando, Florida. And your winner's going to be car number 2626. That's Janae Santiago from Orlando, Florida at 72.29 miles per hour. And in the right lane, Kylie Mockney from Venice, Florida, dialed in at 8.91. And this is our bye. And that was a good run, 73.38 miles per hour. And we are moving on to our 13 to 17-year-olds in lane 1. In the left lane from Lake Butler, Florida, Weston Daniel dialed in at a 7.98 versus the right lane of Caden Holdaway from Inverness, Florida, dialed in at a 7.93. And this will be a third call. Third call for Jeans Class Pro Class to lanes 3 and 4 with overflow to 5 and 6. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Jeans Class Pro Class, we are looking for you to head to lanes 3 and 4. The win is going to go to the right lane from Inverness, Florida, Caden Holdaway at 78.92 miles an hour over the left lane of Weston Daniel from Lake Butler, 80.81 miles per hour. Right lane, we will have Juliana Edelman out of Land O'Lakes, Florida, dialed in at 7.91 versus the left lane. That's Sierra Height from Keystone, Florida. Sierra's dialed in at 7.94. This was a good idea. Good idea. And that's going to be a red light for our right lane, Juliana Edelman. And then the win's going to go to left lane is Sierra Height from Keystone, Florida, 75.87 miles per hour. Left lane from Fort Myers, Florida, Bailey Kobe. Bailey's dialed in at 8.02 versus the right lane of Middleburg, Florida's Aaron Kennedy, dialed in at a 7.94. The win's going to go to left lane, Bailey Kobe, 77.86 miles an hour, 8.034. In the right lane, Aaron Kennedy, 78.91 miles an hour. And in the left lane, we have Molly Banger from Palmetto, Florida. Molly's dialed in at 7.90 versus the right lane of Tanner Mockney from Venice, Florida, dialed in at 7.90. And that's going to be a red light for Tanner Mockney in the right lane. The wind's going to go to left lane, Molly Banger, 81.58 miles an hour. Left lane will have Everly Siegel from Riverview, Florida, dialed in at 8.00 versus the right lane of Orlando's Jace Santiago, dialed in at a 7.97. The win is going to go to the right lane. That's Orlando's Jace Santiago. 80.94 miles an hour, dialed in at 7.942. Left lane, Everly, 77.71 miles an hour. And lining up now on our left lane, Grayson Edelman out of Land O'Lakes, Florida. Grayson's dialed in at 8.35 versus the right lane of Wesley Chapel's Briella Browning, dialed in at a 7.90. And that'll be a red light for the right lane of Briella Browning. The win's going to go to left lane of Grayson Edelman with a 76.28 miles an hour, 8.458. That's our winner. And in the right lane, Brooklyn Collins out of Keystone Heights, Florida. And that is 77.01 miles per hour for Miss Brooklyn Collins. So attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We are looking for our Super Pro bike class. This is your first call. Please head to lane number 7, Super Pro bike class, lane 7. Left lane right now, we have got Carson Morphy out of Ellenton, Florida, dialed in at 7.90. 82.04 miles an hour, dialed in at 7.881 for Carson Morphy. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. This is a second call for our Super Pro bike class to lane number 7, please. Second call for Super Pro bike class. Please come to lane number 7. And we are getting started right now with our third round of eliminations for our jeans class, pro class. So if you're just joining us this afternoon, this is the third round of eliminations for our 2026 Scorpion Racing Products ET Bracket Series. Third round. And we are getting started with our jeans class, pro class. Third round of elimination. Our first pair, left lane out of Jacksonville, Florida, Reed Ferrer. Dialed in at a 7.11. That's car number 295F versus the right lane of Peyton Shook. Number 254, dialed in at a 6.52. And attention in the pits, attention in the pits. This is a first call for the FB Trailers Super Pro class to lanes 1 and 2. FB Trailers Super Pro class to lanes 1 and 2, please. First call. The win's going to go to our left lane of Jacksonville's Reed Ferrer in the Trans Am. 96.55 miles an hour, 7.119. Attention in the pits, this will be a third call for Super Pro bike class to lane 7. Third call for Super Pro bike class to lane 7. And in the left lane out of Lake Butler, Bob Hogston dialed in at a 6.27 versus the right lane of Jacksonville's John Dwayne. Oh, an unfortunate red light for Jacksonville's John Dwayne. And the wind's going to go to the left lane of Lake Butler's Bob Hogston. 101.94 miles an hour. And now in your left lane, Robert Treadwell. Dialed in at 6.06 versus the right lane of Lee Zaremba out of Inverness, Florida. Lee is dialed in at a 6.50. And an unfortunate red light for the left lane of Robert Treadwell. The wind's going to go to the right lane of Lee Zaremba out of Inverness, Florida. 6.480 at 105.65 miles an hour. Left lane, we will have Melrose, Florida. It's Bart Panglinian, at 6.57 versus the right lane of Ocala's Mike French. Dialed in is 6.19. The win is going to go to Mike French in the right lane at 106.60 miles an hour. Dialed in at a 6.194. Left lane, Paul Allen out of Middleburg, Florida. Dialed in at a 6.65 versus the right lane of Lee Tadero out of Gainesville, 7.59 in the van. And an unfortunate red light for left lane's Paul Allen. The win's going to go to the van of Lee Tadero out of Gainesville, 7.558 at 90.3 miles an hour. And attention to the pits, this is a second call for the FB Trailers Super Pro class to lanes 1 and 2. Second call for FB Trailers Super Pro class to lanes 1 and 2, please. And in the left lane, Kenny Bevins out of Tallahassee, Florida, down in at 6.07 versus the right lane of Providence, Florida is Clint Wilson, 6.84. Left lane is going to take the win. Tallahassee's Kenny Bivens, 6.261 at 92.49 miles an hour. And in the left lane, George Emanuel out of High Springs, dialed in at a 7.79 versus the right lane of Jacksonville's Dawson Bass, dialed in at a 7.14 in the Mustang. Oh, and that is a tough break for the left lane. The win's going to go to Jacksonville's Dawson Bass, 7.162 at 96.77 miles an hour. That right lane is going to take the win. In the left lane, we have car number 2619. That's Russ Morris out of Citra, Florida, dialed in at a 7.08 versus Melbourne's Dan Warren, 6.23. And attention in the pits, this is going to be a final call for the Super Pro Bike class. The final call for the Super Pro Bike class to come to lane 7. Wind's going to go to the left lane, 7.101 at 93.3 miles an hour. That is Russ Morris out of Citra, Florida. Left lane, we'll have Mike Pop Jr. out of Jacksonville, dialed in at 6.48 versus the right lane of Tony Gambardella out of Mims, Florida at 6.11 in the S10. And another red light for the left lane, Mark Pop Jr. out of Jacksonville. The wind's going to go to the right lane of Tony Gambardella out of Mims, 6.372 at 84.77 miles an hour. Our next pair in the left lane, Marcus Cruz, dialed in at a 7.13 versus the right lane of Keith Collins, dialed in a 5.80. An unfortunate red light for the right lane of Keith Collins. The wind's going to go to the left lane of Marcus Cruz, 7.114 at 95.64 miles an hour. Left lane, we're going to have John Siegel out of Riverview in the station wagon, dialed in at 5.55 versus the right lane of David Zinke out of Ponte Vedra, Florida at a 7.02. And that'll be a red light for the left lane. The wind's going to go to the right lane of Ponte Vedra's David Zinke with a 7.014 at 94.95 miles an hour. In the left lane, High Springs, Florida's Jason Rollins, 7.34 versus the right lane of Keystone's James Turner, dialed in a 7.12. The wind's going to go to the left lane of Jason Rollins, 7.357 at 90.23 miles an hour versus James Turner's 95.86 miles an hour at 7.123. Left lane will be Venice, Florida's Mike Mockney, dialed in at a 6.16 in the Mustang versus the right lane of Bob Reynolds, 6.35 in the Chevy S10. Right lane, Bradenton, Florida's Brandon Williams, dialed in at 1.39 in the car number 2B30. Nice pass by Brandon. That's going to be a 6.360 at 104.72 miles an hour. And our first pair of bikes to see, we'll have in the left lane, Roy Hagedorn, dialed in at a 5.63 versus the right lane of Citra's Dwayne Schmidt Jr., 5.52. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Allen Speed and Machine Junior Street Cars, we are looking for you to come up to lanes 3 and 4, please. This is the first call for Allen Speed and Machine Junior Street to lanes 3 and 4. And that's going to be a win for the right lane of Dwayne Schmidt Jr., 5.535 at 124.95 miles an hour. Left lane, we have the bike of Scott DeLong from Citra, Florida. 5.64 is his dial in versus Santi Rodriguez at 5.50. The wind's going to go to the left lane of Scott DeLong from Citra, Florida. 5.707 at 113.71 miles an hour. Left lane, we have Reginald Harper from Palm Coast. 8.10 versus the right lane of Green Cove Spring Zone, Samuel Parrish. 5.26. Wind's going to go to the right lane of Green Cove Samuel Parrish, 5.327 at 118.18 miles an hour. In the left lane, we have Joe Clemmy from Davenport, Iowa, 5.55. And that's a 5.533 at 121.40 miles an hour for Joe Clemmy out of Davenport, Iowa. And we are moving right along to our third round eliminations of our FB Trailer Super Pro. We're going to get started in the left lane with Randy Holbrook out of Palmetto, Florida, dialed in at a 6.25 versus the right lane of Eustis, Florida's Darwin Garcia, 5.79. Wynn's going to go to the left lane of Palmetto's Randy Holbrook with a 6.263 at 111.10 miles an hour over Eustis's Darwin Garcia, 5.80 at 116.9 miles an hour. Left lane will have Middleburg's Bill Highhouse, dialed in a 4.48 versus the right lane of St. Augustine's own Dave Hicks, 4.83. And this will be a second call for Allen Speed Machine Junior Street to lanes 3 and 4, please. Allen Speed and Machine Junior Street cars to lanes 3 and 4, please. And attention in the pits, attention in the pits. This is a first call for our pro bike class to lane number 7, please. First call for a pro bike class to lane 7. Looks like we're good and fired back up and ready for our third round of eliminations. Bill Highhouse out of Middleburg in the left lane versus Dave Hicks from St. Augustine, Florida in the right lane. Wynn's going to go to the left lane of Bill Highhouse out of Middleburg, 4.519 at 146.35 miles an hour versus Dave Hicks is 4.852 at 141.79 miles an hour. Left lane, Alan Stathis, car number 267, dialed in at a 4.55 versus Ocala's Troy Volker, 5.85 in the right lane. The win is going to go to the right lane. That is the bike of Troy Volker out of Ocala, Florida, 5.846 at 118.17 miles an hour. Left lane, we're going to have Mark Horton dialed in at a 4.78 versus Fort White's Bobby Trinnell in the right lane, 5.31. The win is going to go to the left lane of Mark Horton, 4.791 at 143.23 miles an hour over Bobby Trinnell in the right lane's 5.318 at 130.03 miles an hour. Left lane, Savannah Highhouse out of Middleburg, Florida, dialed in at 4.81 versus the right lane of car number 2025, dialed in a 5.15. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Looking for Allen Speed and Machine Junior Street to lane 3 and 4, please. Allen Speed and Machine Junior Street cars to lane 3 and 4, please. And this will be a second call for our Pro Bike class to lane 7. Second call for Pro Bike class. Please come to lane 7. The win is going to go to the right lane car number 2025, 5.172 at 136.86 miles an hour. Left lane, we've got Brendan George, 6.13 in the Mustang versus the right-hand lane of Jacksonville, Steve Schoenmaker, 4.75 in the Dragster. And attention in the pits, attention in the pits. This is a first call for Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman class to lanes 5 and 6, please. First call to Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman's class, lanes 5 and 6. The win's going to go to left lane of Brendan George, 6.154 at 108.53 miles an hour. Left lane, we have Jacksonville's Mark Daniel dialed in at a 4.96 versus the right lane of Alachua's Glenn Newman's 5.53. An unfortunate red light for the left lane of Mark Daniels. The win's going to go to the right lane of Glenn Newman's out of Alachua, 5.569 at 122.24 miles an hour. And in the left lane, we will have Fort McCoy's Dave Demarest, dialed in a 4.68 versus the right lane of Randy Banger out of Palmetto, Florida at 4.96. The win is going to go to the left lane of Dave Demarest out of Fort McCoy, 4.716 at 142.55 miles an hour. In the left lane, we'll have Mike Minnie from Green Cove Springs out in a 6.66 versus the right lane of Elkton's own Kelly Hicks out in a 4.57. The win's going to go to the right lane of Elton's Kelly Hicks with a 4.596 at 148.35 miles an hour over Mike Minnie of Green Cove Springs with a 6.704 at 101.08 miles an hour. Moving on to our next pair in the left lane, we have Ken Grant, car number W262, dialed in at 4.50 in the dragster versus the right-hand lane of Jacksonville's Jason Graham. 5.53 is his dial in. And an unfortunate red light for the left lane. The win's going to go to Jason Graham of Jacksonville, 5.570 at 121.91 miles an hour. Next up, left lane, Jerry McGill out of Middleburg, Florida, dialed in at a 5.43 in the dragster versus the Camaro of Brian Radley out of Bellevue, dialed in at a 6.62. And the Camaro of Brian Radley out of Bellevue in the right-hand lane is going to take the win with a 6.692 at 94.08 miles an hour over Jerry McGill in the left lane. This will be a final call for our pro bike class to lane 7. Final call for pro bike class to lane number 7, please. I think we're missing one bike, so if you can make your way up here, we are looking for you in lane 7. This is the final call for pro bike class. In the left lane, St. Petersburg, Florida, Jenna Yarnell dialed in at a 6.26 in third gen Camaro versus John Dwayne out of Jacksonville, dialed in at a 5.97. Jacksonville's going to take the win. John Dwayne with a 5.986 at 110.51 miles an hour over St. Petersburg's Jenna Yarnell, the 6.239 at 108.55 miles an hour. Next pair out of Orange Park, Florida, Brian Jones dialed in a 4.45 in the dragster versus the bike of Citra's Dwayne Schmidt Jr. with a 5.53. Little tough luck for Citra, Florida, the red light. The win's going to go to the left lane at Orange Park's Brian Jones, 4.460 at 156.61 miles an hour in the dragster. Next pair, car number 2217, dialed in at 4.47 in the dragster in the left lane versus Keith Collins out of Keystone with a 5.60 in the S10 in the right lane. The win is going to go to the left lane of car 2217, 4.492 at 153.35 miles an hour in the dragster. Next pair, Roland Corky Alford out of St. Mary's, dialed in at a 6.92 versus the Mustang of Darwin Garcia out of Eustis, Florida, at the 5.79. And this will be a first call for our junior dragsters to make your way up to the lanes. This is a first call for FB Trailers junior dragsters to lanes 8, 2, and 1, please. The win is going to go to the right lane of Darwin Garcia in the Mustang with a 5.822 at 113.86 miles an hour over Roland Corky Alford out of Glen St. Mary with a 6.960 at 97.44 miles an hour. Left lane, Roy Hagedorn, car number 209, dialed in a 6.37. Roy's out of Venice, Florida, versus the right lane of Alan Stathis, car number 2678, dialed in at a 4.54 in the dragster. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. This is a fourth call for Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman's class to lanes 5 and 6, please. Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman's class to lanes 5 and 6. And the win is going to go to the right lane of Alan Stathis with a 4.546 at 145.23 miles an hour. And I need our junior dragster rerun. Junior dragster rerun, we need you to lane number 1, please. Junior dragster rerun to lane number 1. And our next pair in the left lane out of Middleburg, Florida, Will Highhouse with a 5.86 versus the dragster of Orange Park's John Hamill with a 5.01 in the right lane. And the win's going to go to the left lane of Middleburg's Will Highhouse, 5.884 at 116.12 miles an hour. And attention the pits, attention the pits. We need our junior dragster rerun. Junior dragster rerun. Please come to lane number 1. Junior dragster rerun, lane number 1. And our first pair of junior street, first up in the left lane, Weston Daniels, dialed in 11.00 versus the right lane of Bradenton's Tanner Mockney, dialed in at 9.00 in the Mustang. And this is our first semifinals of the Allen Speed Machine Junior Street. The win in our first pair is going to go to Weston Daniels with a 11.088 at 65.94 miles an hour. And in the left lane is our bye. This is Briella Browning out of Wesley Chapel, Florida, in the black Chevy truck, dialed in at a 9.60. And that'll be a 9.552 at 75.49 miles an hour for Briella Browning out of Wesley Chapel. And we're getting started with our third round elimination for our pro bike class. And this is our first pair of our third round of eliminations for our pro bike class. In the left-hand lane, Joe Clemmy out of Davenport, Iowa, dialed in a 9.02 versus the right lane of Palm Coast, Reginald Harper, 12.84 in the right lane. Left lane, Joe Clemmy is going to be our winner with a 9.087 at 127.96 miles an hour over Reginald Harper's 12.912 at 101.68 miles per hour.
Called, please. I'm waiting on a rerun. I need all my juniors to stay in the back of the lanes until you're called, please.
Left lane, Samuel Parrish out of Green Cove versus the right lane of Vance Hodeshell out of Vero Beach, Florida. The left lane of Samuel Parrish is going to take the win with an 8.886 and 136.14 miles an hour over Vance. It's 9.884 at 137.83 miles an hour.
Again, if you are in that rerun for the junior dragster, please come over to lane number 1. Everybody else stay at the back of the stage lanes till we call you over. We need that rerun over to lane number 1. We have a junior dragster rerun to lane 1. We're looking for the extra dragster in lane number 1. Appreciate you.
Left lane, Richard Holder out of Jacksonville, Florida with an 8.70 versus the right lane of Reddick's Chuck Wooten at a 9.86 in the right-hand lane. All right, left lane's going to take it. Richard Holder out of Jacksonville, an 8.749 at 143.73 miles an hour over Reddick's Chuck Wooten with a 9.777 at 128.01 miles an hour.
or one. We have the other car that's on the way. We're going to get a rerun in the round 2 eliminator for one of the junior dragsters. We're going to send that down, and then we will get to the Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman class. It'll be coming up next.
So we're just waiting on our pair of junior dragster reruns. We're going to have Carson Morfree, car number 2263 out of Ellenton, Florida, in the left lane, dialed in a 7.90 versus Brooklyn Collins in the right lane. Car number 201C out of Keystone Heights, Florida, dialed in at 8.03 to the right lane. And the win's going to go to the right lane of Keystone Heights, Brooklyn Collins, with an 8.102 at 78.72 miles an hour over Ellenton's Carson Murphy in the left lane with a 7.891 at 80.77 miles an hour. And we are moving on to our third round eliminations of Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman's class. So I'm looking for my FB Trailers Junior Dragsters. You guys can come on up. 6 to 9 is going to lane 8, 10 to 12 to lane 2, 13 to 17 to lane number 1. And we have our first pair of our sportsmen. Left lane, Bart Panglinian out of Melrose, Florida, versus the right lane of Jacob Richards out of Gainesville, Florida, the Mustang. Bart's going to take the win in the left lane out of Melrose, Florida, with a 12.486 at 103.01 miles an hour over Jacob Richards at 109.41 miles an hour at 12.229. Second pair in the left lane in the third gen Camaro, Gainesville's Chris Courtney versus the right lane of the BMW driven by Nico Krashenko out of Sarasota, Florida. And the win's going to go to the Camaro of Chris Courtney out of Gainesville in the left-hand lane at 11.115 at 117.57 miles an hour Left lane, we're going to have Kevin Roberts versus the right lane of Keystone Heights, Roy Johnson. And it's Chevy on Chevy. Who will it be? It'll be the left lane of Kevin Roberts. 1.912 at 108.96 mile an hour over Roy Johnson's 12.288 at 115.21 miles an hour. Left lane, we're going to have Jeff Barrier in the Charger versus the Mustang of Mike Mockney in the right-hand lane. Unfortunate red light for Mike Mockney in the right lane. The win is going to go to Jeff Barrier in the left lane in the Dodge Charger with an 11.868 at 116.62 miles an hour. Left lane, we are going to have Alan Willis, car number 6692, versus the right-hand lane Dodge Challenger of Jay Dickinson out of St. George, Georgia in the right-hand lane. Win's going to go to lane 2 of Adam Willis with a 12.011 at 87.24 miles an hour. Oh, SS versus SS in the right lane. Derek Putnam out of Gainesville, an 11.11 versus Clint Wilson out of Providence, Florida. Now let's see if Derek's 70 Chevy Nova can do it. So close. Our winner, right-hand lane, Derek Putnam out of Gainesville, 11.050 at 119.42 miles an hour over Clint Wilson's 10.913 at 116.18 miles an hour. Next pair out of High Springs in the left lane, Tom Courtney in the Trans Am. All right, Tom Courtney with an 11.129 at 122.73 miles an hour. Junior Dragsters, it is your time to shine. We are looking for our 6 to 9-year-olds to start us off. It's going to be a semifinal for you. Our first pair of juniors to see, we're going to have in the left lane Hunter James out of Fort Myers, Florida. Car number 2158, Dowden 11.90 versus the right lane of Hudson Matz. That's car number 2278 out of Gainesville, Florida, Dowden at a 12 flat. The win's going to go to the right lane of Hudson Matz with a 12.080 at 52.64 miles an hour over Hunter James out of Fort Myers. That's in the left lane at 11.957 at 51.79 miles an hour. Our next pair to see, Kalani Horst in the left lane out of Inverness, Florida, 13.60. That's car number 223. Versus none other than car number 291X. That is Addie the Baddie, Addison Williams, dialed into the 3.90 in the right-hand lane. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We are looking for Jeans Glass Pro Class. This is the first call for you for your next round to come to lanes 3 and 4, please. Jeans Class Pro Class will be looking for you to head to lanes 3 and 4. That win is going to go to Addie the Baddie in the right lane, 14.108 at 42.62 miles an hour over Kalani Horst. In the left lane, 13.972 at 44.43 miles an hour. Our next pair to see in the left lane, Johnny Moxley out of Keystone Heights, Florida. It's car number 200. Dialed in at 8.98 versus Elkton, Florida. Scarlett Hicks, X217 is her number. 9.10 is her dial-in. She will be in the right lane. It looks like Scarlett's having a few issues, so we're going to move on with Johnny Moxley is going to take that win at 8.968 at 64.33 miles an hour. And in our 10 to 12-year-olds, our first pair to see, Landon Siegel out of Riverview, Florida. Number 2283, Dowden at an 8.91 versus the right lane of Janae Santiago out of Orlando. Car number 2626, Dowden at a 9.01 in the right-hand lane. The win is going to go to the left lane. Landon Siegel out of Riverview with an 8.970 at 65.58 miles an hour over Janae Santiago in the right lane. Left lane, we'll have Kylie Mockney out of Venice, Florida. That is card number 2931. Dial-in time is an 8.90 versus the right lane of card number 2946 of Peyton Duffett out of Wesley Chapel, Florida. Dialed in at 8.95, and that's in the right-hand lane. And this is the first call back in the pits. Give you guys a heads up. We are looking for a Super Pro bike class. We'll be in lane number 7. Super Pro bike class to lane number 7. And attention in the pits, this is a second call for Jeans Glass Pro class to lanes 3 and 4, please. The Jeans Class Pro class to lanes 3 and 4. An unfortunate red light for Peyton Duffett in the right-hand lanes. The win is going to go to Kylie Mockney in the left-hand lane out of Venice, Florida with an 8.889 at 73.54 miles an hour. Our next pair, well, nope, we got a single in the left lane. Blake Jones out of Orange Park, Florida, car number 281X. Dialed in a 9.02 in the left-hand lane. And that's an 8.994 for Blake Jones at 75.63 miles an hour. Left lane, we're looking for Miss Sierra Height from Keystone, Florida. That's car number H204, dialed in at 7.94 versus the right lane of car number 294J. That's JC Santiago out of Orlando, dialed in at a 7.93. The win is going to go to the right lane of Jay Santiago out of Orlando with a 7.891 at 82.18 miles an hour. Next pair in the left lane, Grayson Edelman from Land O'Lakes, Florida, dialed in at 8.35 versus the right lane of car number 2404. That is Molly Banger out of Palmetto, Florida, dialed in at a 7.90. Unfortunate red light from Molly Banger in the right-hand lane. The win's going to go to the left lane of Grayson Edelman out of Land O'Lakes, Florida with an 8.536 at 76.59 miles an hour. Left lane will have Bailey Kobe out of Fort Myers, Florida, dialed in at 8.02 versus the right lane of Caden Holdaway out of Inverness, Florida, dialed in at 7.93. Right lane's going to take the win. That is going to go to Caden Holdaway out of Inverness, 7.964 at 75.95 miles an hour over the left lane of Bailey Kobe, 8.011 at 77.88 miles an hour. In the right lane, we've got Brooklyn Collins, car number 201C, dialed in at 8.13. Brooklyn's out of Keystone Heights, Florida. And Brooklyn's got an 8.692 at 77.19 miles an hour.
Ready to take your engine to the next level? Scorpion Racing Products delivers precision-engineered, high-performance rocker arms that dominate the track. 100% CNC machined in the USA with aerospace-grade aluminum for unmatched strength and durability. Our rocker arms handle extreme conditions with multiple ratios available to fit your needs. Backed by our exclusive lifetime warranty. When performance matters, choose Scorpion Racing Products. Proven, reliable, unstoppable.
Reliability to drive thousands of miles. Confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition. And a track record of being the best. Redline Oil Products. You push it to the limit, we'll protect it.
With more than 30 years of engine and drivetrain experience, Big Stuff is your one-stop total power management solution. Whether you're controlling a 600 horsepower street car and want the best drivability, or have a 6,000 horsepower race car, need the most bulletproof, reliable control hardware, Big Stuff can do it all. All of our components are designed and manufactured right here in the USA, including our computers, wiring harnesses, touchscreen displays, and more. Nothing is built offshore, and we take pride in being one of the only automotive aftermarket manufacturers that can say this. Learn more at BigStuff3EFI.com or connect with us on Facebook and Instagram for more information.
Gaspar Paint Body, your premier heavy-duty body shop. Semis, trucks, boats, you name it. Nothing's too big for our body shop. Our 50-foot paint booth makes this possible. It's worth the drive, it's worth the trip. Gaspar Paint and Body.
If your trailer looks like a jalopy, you're missing the party. Time to level up with FB Trailers. Located in Orange Park, Florida, right on Blanding Boulevard, FB Trailers is your ultimate stop for all your trailer needs. Whether you're hauling race cars, ATVs, or even a whole stack of toys, we've got you covered. We carry top brands like CargoMate, Forest River, and ATC, ensuring you get nothing but the best. From sleek car haulers to robust cargo trailers, our variety is as diverse as the racers who trust us. Why do racers choose FB Trailers? Because we know the road to victory isn't just about speed, it's about reliability and quality. Our trailers are built to endure the toughest and longest hauls. And it's not just about sales, we offer parts and service to keep you rolling smoothly. So next time you're in Orange Park, swing by FB Trailers on Blanding Boulevard or visit us online at fbtrailers.com. Gear up with the trailer that's as dedicated to racing as you are. FB Trailers, your ticket to the winner's circle.
Ivy Hodo Golf Cart Sales and Service. If you want to upgrade that old jalopy you got, give us a call. Or maybe you just want to go ahead and toss up the scrapyard and buy you a new ride. Come down and see us. Located here in Jessup, Georgia, give us a call. Ivy Hodo Golf Cart Sales and Service.
And starting us off with our round 4 eliminations, left lane out of Jacksonville, Florida is going to be Reed Ferrer. That is car number 295F, dialed in at a 7.12 versus the right lane, also from Jacksonville, Dawson Bass, car number 235D, dialed in at a 7.15 in the right-hand lane. And the win is going to go to the right lane Mustang of Dawson Bass out of Jacksonville, 7.153 at 96.66 miles an hour over Reed Ferrer's 7.216 at 91.38 miles an hour in the left lane. Right lane out of Gainesville, Lee Tadero, 7.57 versus the left lane of Kenny Bevins, 6.05 out of Tallahassee, Florida. Well, we've got a little issue with our car in our left lane. We're going to sort that out. So in the right lane out of Gainesville, Florida, Lee Tadero in the van, 9.320 at 67.6 miles an hour is going to take that win. In the left lane, we are looking for Marcus Cruz, car number 2567, dialed in at 7.13 versus the right lane of Mims, Florida's Tony Gambardello. That's car number 135, dialed in at 6.11 in the S10 in the right lane. Unfortunate red light for the left lane. The win's going to go to the right lane of Tony Gambardella from Mims, Florida. 6.364 at 85.74 miles an hour. And that is the right lane taking the win. Left lane out of Central Florida, we're going to have Russ Morris. That is car number 2619, dialed in at 7.08 versus car number V219, Mike French out of Ocala in the right-hand lane, dialed in at 6.18 in the station wagon. Left lane is going to take the win. That's Russ Morris out of Citra, Florida, 7.083 at 93.27 miles an hour over Mike French in the right lane, 6.204 at 108.06 miles an hour. Left lane out of Bradenton, Florida, car number 2B30. That's Brandon Williams, dialed in at 6.40 in the S10 versus the right-hand lane, car number 540. That's David Zinke from Ponte Vedra, Florida, dialed in at 7.02 in the right-hand lane. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Allen Speed and Machine Junior Street final. Please come to lanes 3 and 4. That is Allen Speed and Machine Junior Street, lanes 3 and 4. Right lane's going to take the win out of Ponte Vedra, Florida. David Zinke, 7.028 at 93.31 miles an hour. Left lane, we have Lee Zaremba out of Inverness, Florida, 6.50 versus the right lane of Mike Mockney out of Venice, Florida, 6.16 in the Mustang in the right lane. Left lane's going to take the win out of Inverness. Lee Zaremba with a 6.527 at 103.56 miles an hour over Mike Mockney out of Venice, 6.153 at 107.54 miles an hour. Left lane out of Lake Butler, we have car number 2322. That is Bob Hogston, dialed in at 6.30 versus the right lane of High Springs, Jason Rollins. It's car number 2225, dialed in at 7.34 in the right-hand lane. Left lane's going to take the win. Bob Hoxton out of Lake Butler with a 6.374 at 107.73 miles an hour over High Springs, Jason Rollins with a 7.334 at 92.54 miles an hour. And we are moving on to our semifinal of our Super Pro bike class. Starting us off in the left-hand lane, that's number 563F. That is none other than Joe Clemmy out of Davenport, Iowa, versus Green Cove Springs, Samuel Parrish. That's number 227X, dialed in at 5.26 in the right-hand lane. Right lane's going to take the win. That's Green Cove Springs, Samuel Parrish with a 5.275 at 128.32 miles an hour over Joe Clemmy's 5.503 at 118.08 miles an hour. Left lane, number 2057, that is Scott DeLong out of Citra, Florida, dialed in at 5.64 versus another Citra, Florida, Dwayne Schmidt. That's number 225, dialed in at 5.51 in the right-hand lane. Right lane's going to take the win. Dwayne Schmidt Jr. out of Citra, 5.520 at 125.68 miles an hour over Scott DeLong's 5.663 at 123.5 miles an hour. And at this time, we've got a rerun for our juniors. Left lane, car 212G. That's Grayson Edelman out of Land O'Lakes, dialed in at 8.35 versus the right lane of car number 2404. That's Molly Banger out of Palmetto, Florida, dialed in at a 790. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Pro bike class semifinal to lane 7, please. That's pro bike class to lane 7 for your semifinal. Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman class to lanes 5 and 6. Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman lanes 5 and 6, please. Right lane is taking the win. Molly Banger out of Palmetto, Florida, 8.173 at 66.15 miles an hour. Over Grayson Edelman in the left-hand lane at 8.799 at 75.93 miles an hour. And this is round 4 elimination for our FB Trailer Super Pro. Getting us started off in the left-hand lane in the dragster out of Middleburg, Florida. That is number X232, Bill Highhouse, dialed in a 4.47 versus Jacksonville's Jason Graham, car number 214, dialed in a 5.55 in the right-hand lane. Left lane's going to take the win. That's Bill Highhouse out of Middleburg with a 4.496 at 148.02 miles an hour over Jason Graham, the 5.588 at 122.19 miles an hour. Next pair to see, left lane, that's car number 229H. That's Mark Horton, dialed in at 4.78 in the dragster versus Jacksonville's John Dwayne in the right lane. That's J267 is his number, dialed in at a 5.97. That win is going to go to the right lane of Jacksonville's John Dwayne with a 5.983 at 109.92 miles an hour. And next to see in the left-hand lane, Car number 154F, that is Dave Demarest out of Fort McCoy, dialed in at a 4.69 versus the right lane of car number 2025, dialed in at a 5.16 in the right-hand lane. The win is going to go to the right lane, car number 2025, 5.204 at 129.58 miles an hour over the left lane of Dave Demarest to the 4.733 at 145.77 miles an hour. Left lane in the Mustang, Brendan George, car number 261G, dialed in at 6.14 versus Ocala's Troy Volker, number 2115, dialed in at a 5.84 in the bike in the right lane. Left lane's going to take the win. Brendan George, 6.142 at 108.32 miles an hour over Ocala's Troy Volker with a 5.847 at 116.62 miles an hour. Left lane out of Palmetto, number 266C, that's Randy Holbrook, dialed in at 6.25 in the S10 versus the right lane, number 255X, that's Glenn Newman's, Alachua, Florida, out of 5.56 dial in. Got a little squirrely there, but he held it together in the Mustang. Gonna take the win, right-hand lane. Glenn Newman's 5.608, 115.2 miles an hour over Randy Holbrook in the left lane, 6.249 to 110.71 miles an hour. Left lane, Alan Stathis, car number 2678, dialed in at 4.54 versus the right lane, Kelly Hicks out of Elkton, Florida, car number 2787, dialed in at 4.58 in the right lane. FB Trailers Junior Dragsters, be making your way up here to the lanes 8, 2, and 1. This is the first call for FB Trailers Junior Dragsters to start making your way up here to lanes 8, 2, and 1. Left lane's going to take the win. Alan Stathis with a 4.589 at 145.63 miles an hour over Elkton's Kelly Hicks. In the right lane with a 4.606 at 149.76 miles an hour. Left lane, car number J281X. That is Brian Jones out of Orange Park. Dialed in at 4.47 over the right lane. That is Darwin Garcia, car number 2549L. Dialed in at 5.79 out of Eustis, Florida in the Mustang. Left lane's going to take the win. That's the dragster of Brian Jones, 4.467 and 149.23 miles an hour over Eustis, Florida's Darwin Garcia in the Mustang with a 5.784 at 117.94 miles an hour. Left lane will have car number 2217 dialed in at 4.48 versus the right lane out of Middleburg, Florida, Will Highhouse, car number H232 dialed in at a 5.89 in the right-hand lane. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Looking for our Pro Bike class semifinal to lane number 7. That is the Pro Bike class semifinal to lane number 7, please. Left lane's going to take the win. That's the dragster of 2217, 4.492 at 155.97 miles an hour. Left lane, we're going to have Brian Radley out of Bellevue, Florida, dialed in a 6.63 in the Camaro. That'll be a 6.60 at 103.51 miles an hour. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We're missing a pro bike, and I need the pro bikes to please make their way up here to lane 7. Pro bike class, lane 7. So lining up now for the final for Allen Speed Machine Junior Street Stock. Left lane, Briella Browning. Out of Wesley Chapel, Florida, in the black Chevy truck, 9.60 versus Weston Daniels in the right lane, dialed in at 11.0 in the Power Stroke. Left lane, Briella Browning's going to take the win with a 9.798 at 63.75 miles an hour over Weston Daniels, 10.993 at 66.37. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman's Class quarterfinal to lanes 5 and 6, please. This is a final call for Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman Class to lanes 5 and 6, please. Final call. All right, we're getting ready to line up for our Pro Bikes semifinal. Pro Bikes semifinal. Left lane out of Green Cove Springs, Florida. Number 227X, that's Samuel Parrish, down in an 8.75 versus right-hand lane out of Davenport, Iowa. Number 563F, that's Joe Clemmy, down in a 9.02 in the right-hand lane. And right lane's going to take the win. Samuel Parrish out of Green Cove with 8.770 at 150.5 miles an hour over Joe Clemmy in the left lane, 9.047. Left lane in the Corvette, we've got Bart, car number 2455 from Melrose, Florida, dialed in at 12.38 versus the right lane of Tom Courtney, number 2660 out of High Springs, Florida, down in 11.13 in the Trans Am. Bart's going to take the win in the left lane with a 12.364 at 109.2 miles an hour. Left lane in the Trans Am, we'll have Chris Courtney. That's car number 2242 out of Gainesville, Florida, dialed in at 11.09 versus the right lane of Adam Wills. He's car number 6692, dialed in at 12.03. Unfortunate red light for the left lane of Chris Courtney. The win's going to go to Adam Wills in the right lane with a 12.276 at 79.38 miles an hour. Left lane in the Dodge Charger, car F283, dialed in 11.85. That's Jeff Barrier versus the right lane, car number 281H, Gainesville, Florida's Derek Putnam, dialed in 11.10 in his 70 Chevy Nova. Left lane is going to get the win. Jeff Barrier with 11.899 at 116.98 miles an hour over Gainesville's Derek Putnam with an 11.112 at 116.66 miles an hour. Left lane, we've got Kevin Roberts, dialed in 11.85. Kevin Roberts at 11.879 at 114.7 miles an hour. Junior Dragsters, it is your time to shine. This is the FB Trailers Junior Dragsters. And our first pair of Junior Dragsters starting us off will be in the left lane, number 281X. Well, maybe you're in the right lane. We'll see. But we're looking for Blake Jones, 281X, 9.02 out of Orange Park, Florida, versus Landon Siegel, number 2283 out of Riverview, Florida, down in an 8.90. And the left lane's going to take the win. That's Blake Jones out of Orange Park, Florida, 9.067 at 69.66 miles an hour. Over Landon Siegel's 9.032 at 64.42 miles an hour. Next pair to see here is Johnny Moxley in the left lane. He's card number 200 out of Keystone Heights, Florida, dialed in an 8.95 versus the right lane of Kylie Mockney. Kylie's car number 2931 out of Venice, Florida, dialed in an 8.90. An unfortunate red light in the left lane. Wind's going to go to Kylie Mockney with an 8.934 at 72.76 miles an hour. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Jeans Glass Pro Class to lanes 3 and 4, please. Jeans Class Pro Class to lanes 3 and 4, please. Left lane, we are looking for car number 2400. That's Caden Holdaway from Inverness, Florida, dialed in at 7.93 versus the right lane. Car number 2404 out of Palmetto, Florida, Molly Banger, dialed in at 7.90 in the right-hand lane. Left lane's going to take a win. Caden Holdaway, 7.941 at 79.57 miles an hour. Next pair to see, left lane out of Orlando, Florida. That's car number 294J. That's Jay Santiago, dialed in at 7.91 versus the right lane, number 201C. That's Brooklyn Collins out of Keystone Heights, Florida, dialed in at 8.06. Unfortunate red light for the left lane. The wind's going to go to the right lane of Brooklyn Collins out of Keystone with a 7.981 at 80.08 miles an hour. Left lane out of Gainesville, Florida, car number 2278. That's Hudson Matz, dialed in at 12.03 versus the right lane, car number 291X, none other than Addie the Batty Williams, dialed in at 14.0. Left lane's going to take the win. That's Hudson Matz out of Gainesville, Florida, with 12.115 at 52.64 miles an hour over Addie the Batty with 13.991 at 43.4 miles an hour. So we've got a few minutes of housekeeping going on, and we'll be moving on to our jeans class, pro class. We'll be needing you in lanes 3 and 4, please. All right, scratch that. No track prep. We are rolling right along into our pro class. Attention the pits, attention the pits. Super Pro Bike class, lane 7, please. Super Pro Bikes to lane 7. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. FB Trailers Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2. FB Trailers Super Pro class to lanes 1 and 2. And getting us started off with the Jeans Class Pro Class, left lane is going to be Russ Morris, car number 2619 out of Citra, Florida. Down in a 7.08 versus the right lane of Inverness, Florida's Lee Zaremba. Down in a 6.52. Taking the win is going to be the left lane, Russ Morris, with a 7.066 at 95.54 miles an hour over Lee Zaremba in the right lane, 6.487 at 98.61 miles an hour. Our next to see here out of Jacksonville, Florida, Dawson Bass in the left-hand lane in the Mustang, dialed in at 7.15 versus the S10 of Mims, Florida's Tony Gambardella, dialed in at 6.11 in the right-hand lane. And that's a big wheelie for Tony in the S10. Gonna take the win, the right-hand lane. Tony Gambardella out of Mims, Florida, 6.135 at 100.14 miles an hour. Left-hand lane in the big white van, that's Lee Tadero out of Gainesville, Florida, down in a 7.57 versus the right-hand lane of Ponte Vedra's David Zinke, down in a 7.02. Straight out of Ponte Vedra, David Zinke taking the win in the right-hand lane, 7.065 at 89.74 miles an hour over Gainesville's Lee Tadero in the left lane. Left lane in the Silverado, this is Bob Hogston out of Lake Butler, Florida, dialed in at 6.35. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. FB Trailers Super Pro to lanes 1 and 2. FB Trailers Super Pro to lanes 1 and 2. Pro Bike class to lane 7. Pro Bike class to lane 7. And Bob Hogston had a 6.496 at 107.2 miles an hour. All right, as soon as we get some of this equipment out of the way, we are going to have our final for our Super Pro bike class. This will be our final for our Super Pro bike class. Our final pair to see here today out of Citra, Florida in the left lane. This is bike number 225. This is Dwayne Schmidt Jr. dialed in at a 5.52 versus the right lane number 227X. That's Green Cove Springs Sam Parrish dialed in at a 5.26. Right lane's going to take the win out of Green Cove Springs, Sam Parrish with a 5.270 at 126.79 miles an hour. FB Trailers Super Pro. We are looking for you. And getting us started with our FB Trailers Super Pro. Left lane, that'll be number J281X Brian Jones out of Orange Park, Florida, dialed in at a 4.46 in the dragster versus Jacksonville's John Dwayne. He is number J267. He is dialed in a 5.97 in the right lane. Jacksonville's going to take the win. Right lane, John Dwayne, 5.971 at 112.95 miles an hour over Orange Park's Brian Jones, 4.466 at 155.38 miles an hour. Left lane, we've got Brendan George. It's car number 261G, dialed in at 6.13 in the Mustang versus the right lane, car number 2025, dialed in at 5.16. Right lane's going to take the win. I wish I had your name on here, but I don't. I'm sorry. 5.204 at 134.3 miles an hour. That's car number 2025 over Brendan George in the left lane, 6.131 at 110.15 miles an hour. Left lane in the dragster, Bill Highhouse out of Middleburg. He's car number X232, dialed in at 4.47. Versus the Camaro of Brian Radley out of Bellevue. He's car number 2434, dialed in at 6.61 in the right lane. Middleburg for the win in the left lane. Bill Highhouse, 4.483 at 149.5 miles an hour over Brian Radley in the right lane, 6.635 at 104.0 miles an hour. Lining up now, we've got two dragsters. Left lane, Alan Stathis. He's number 2678, dialed in a 4.54 versus the dragster in the right lane, car number 2217, dialed in at 4.49. Left lane's going to take the win. That's Alan Stathis, 4.550 to 151.53 miles an hour over car 2217 in the right lane, 4.503 at 155.4 miles an hour. Left lane out of Alachua, Florida, Glenn Newmans, number 2555X, dialed in at 5.56 miles an hour. 5.549 at 122.98 miles an hour. We're moving on now to our pro bikes. Pro bikes. Attention in the pits. If you haven't made your way over here, Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman class, lanes 5 and 6, please. Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman's class, lane 5 and 6. They'll be looking for FB Trailers Junior Dragsters. Left lane, we are looking for 2251. That's Richard Holder out of Jacksonville, Florida, 8.70 versus Green Cove in the left lane. Sam Parrish, he is number 227X, dialed in at 8.75. All right, we got Duval versus Clay County. Who's it going to be? We're practically neighbors out here. So we've got Richard Holder from Jacksonville in the left lane, Sam Parrish from Green Cove in the right lane. Right lane's going to take the win. Green Cove's going to take it. That's Samuel Parrish. 8.788 at 147.79 miles an hour over Richard Holder of Jacksonville. 8.692 at 135.9 miles an hour. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Jeff Barrier, we are looking for you for the sportsman class. Jeff Barrier, we are looking for you for sportsman. And we're moving on to our Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman semifinals. Left lane, Jeff Barrier, F283 down in 11.90 versus the right lane of Adam Wills, 6692 down in a 12.03. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Jeans class, pro class, looking for you to lanes 3 and 4. Right lane's going to take the win. Adam Wills, 12.188 at 77.76 miles an hour over Jeff Berry in the left lane, 11.866 at 100.05 miles an hour. Left lane, Kevin Roberts, 11.90 versus Bart in the right lane out of Melrose, Florida, 12.36 in the vet in the right lane. Oh, unfortunate red light for Bart in the right lane. The win's going to go to Kevin Roberts in the left lane. 11.858 at 114.82 miles an hour for Kevin Roberts. FB Trailers Junior Dragsters. This is your final. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. This is the second call for the Jeans Class Pro Class semifinals, lane 3 and 4. FB Trailer Super Pro, lanes 1 and 2, please. FB Trailer Super Pro, first call for lanes 1 and 2. And starting us off with the juniors, left lane. This is car number 281X. This is Blake Jones out of Orange Park, Florida, down in a 9.02 versus the right lane, number 2931 out of Venice, Florida, Kylie Mockney, down in a 8.93. Right lane's going to take the win. That's Kali Mockney, 8.950 at 72.01 miles an hour over Blake Jones in the left lane, 9.071 at 72.48 miles an hour. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. FB Trailers Super Pro to lanes 1 and 2, please. FB Trailers Super Pro class lanes 1 and 2. And the win's going to go to the right lane. Caden Holdaway in Venice, Florida at 8.020, 72.77 miles an hour. Over Brooklyn Collins in the left lane, 7.965 at 79.74 miles an hour.
Reliability to drive thousands of miles. Confidence for those who fly high. Redline oil products give you the power to crush the competition. And a track record of being the best. Redline oil products. You push it to the limit, we'll protect it.
Ready to take your engine to the next level? Scorpion Racing Products delivers precision-engineered, high-performance rocker arms that dominate the track. 100% CNC machined in the USA with aerospace-grade aluminum for unmatched strength and durability. Our rocker arms handle extreme conditions with multiple ratios available to fit your needs. backed by our exclusive lifetime warranty. When performance matters, choose Scorpion Racing products. Proven, reliable, unstoppable.
With more than 30 years of engine and drivetrain experience, Big Stuff is your one-stop total power management solution. Whether you're controlling a 600 horsepower street car and want the best drivability, or have a 6,000 horsepower race car, need the most bulletproof, reliable control hardware, Big Stuff can do it all. All of our components are designed and manufactured right here in the USA, including our computers, wiring harnesses, touchscreen displays, and more. Nothing is built offshore, and we take pride in being one of the only automotive aftermarket manufacturers that can say this. Learn more at bigstuff3efi.com or connect with us on Facebook and Instagram for more information.
Gaspar Ping Body, your premier heavy-duty body shop. Semis, trucks, boats, you name it. Nothing's too big for our body shop. Our 50-foot paint booth makes this possible. It's worth the drive, it's worth the trip. Gaspar, Paint and Body.
So we're ready to roll now with our Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman Final. So we're looking for you, Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman Final. Our last two in Lakeland Cadillac Sportsman to see here today. It is a Chevy Truck on Chevy Truck Challenge. Left lane, Bob Hoxton out of Lake Butler. Number 2322 in the Silverado, dialed in at 6.40 versus Mims, Florida. Tony Gambardella, number 135 in the S10, dialed in at 6.11. Right lane's going to take the win out of Mims. Tony Gambardella in the S10, 6.083 at 104.85 miles an hour over the Silverado. Bob Hoxton out of Lake Butler with a 6.337 at 107.68 miles an hour. Left lane, Russ Morris out of Citra. Right lane, David Zinke out of my hometown, Ponte Vedra, Florida, with a 7.009 at 93.75. That's David Zinke out of Ponte Vedra over Russ Morris. Left lane, Jacksonville's John Dwayne, J267 is his number, 5.97 is his dial-in. In the left lane, in the dragster, Alan Stathis, number 2678, dialed in at 4.54 versus Alachua's Glenn Newman's number 255X, dialed in at 5.55. Left lane's going to take the win. Alan Stathis, 4.548, 147.99 miles an hour over Glenn Newman's in the right lane, 5.562 at 121.06 miles an hour. And lining up now, left lane out of Middleburg, Florida, X232 is his number. Bill Highhouse, dialed in at 4.46 over Perk Perkins, number 2025, dialed in at 5.17 in the right lane. Right lane is going to take the win. Perk Perkins, 5.183 at 132.14 miles an hour over Bill Highhouse, 4.475 at 150.05 miles an hour. And this will be our final for our sportsman class. Left lane, number 6692, Adam Wills, dialed in at 12.03 versus the right lane of Kevin Roberts, R242 is his number, 11.87 is his dial in. Right lane's going to take the win. Kevin Roberts, 11.904 at 108.59 miles an hour over Adam Wills, 12.025 at 87.77 miles an hour. Tony G, we are looking for you for your final. Tony G, looking for you for your final. In Super Pro to the lanes. Super Pro, we are looking for you. All right, this will be our pro final. David Zinke Number 540 out of Ponte Vedra, Florida, 7.02 versus Tony Gambardella. Number 135 dialed in at 6.11 out of Mims, Florida. Big wheelie for the S10. And going to take the win, left lane, Tony Gambardella. 6.141 at 98.42 miles an hour over Ponte Vedra's David Zinke. 7.022 at 91.5 miles an hour. All right, we're looking for our Super Pro. Left lane out of Jacksonville, we have John Dwayne, J267, dialed in at 5.97 versus the right lane, Perk Perkins, number 2025, dialed in at 5.17 in the right lane. Right lane's going to take the win. Perk Perkins, 5.164 at 136.57 miles an hour over John Dwayne, 5.954 at 113.35 miles an hour. Left lane, we got the dragster of Alan Stathis, car number 2678, 4.54. 4.539 at 152.85 miles an hour. Attention the pits. Attention the pits. Super Pro Final. Make your way back up here to the lanes, please. Super Pro Final. Bring it on back. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Super Pro Final. We are waiting on you, so please come up here to the lanes. Super Pro Final. Please start making your way to the lanes. And our final for today, left lane, Alan Stathis. Dialed in at a 4.53 versus Perk Perkins. In the right lane, dialed in at a 5.16. Left lane takes the win, Alan Stathis. 4.567 at 145.74 miles an hour over Perk Perkins in the right lane, 5.216 at 135.58 miles per hour. Congratulations, racers. P26 Scorpion Racing Products ET Bracket Series. Thanks everybody for coming out and have a safe drive home.